Now we got it. Remember to turn on the mic. Sorry about me being flustered. Hey, Lowell. Yeah, the stream just started. I had some connection issues, so I had to start it over. It's a really, really bad start. So I was a bit all over the place. I forgot to turn on my mic. Anyway, welcome. Now we're going to be doing some PvP. Before, there was a lot of buffering issues because I was apparently over half of my upload was being spent on backing up some videos that I have on a cloud service, and apparently that was being done now of all times. So that ate up my connection, and I discovered that after I had turned off the stream to restart my internet and all those things. Very, very annoying. Now, that's neither here nor there. How are you doing, Lowell? Oh yeah, and also, I looked at that slash emote video that you suggested that I see, Lowell. It was very good. It was very touching. What a mess. Can I edit the post here? Let's see. I can in fact edit it and place on the new link instead. There we go. You're a bit stressed? Well, then we're very much aligned, as you can hear. Yeah, it's a very good video. It's a shame I didn't see it earlier. And thank you for suggesting it to me. I enjoyed it very much. It was a battle in its own right for me to actually see it, because I remembered yesterday that I wanted to see it, and then I didn't get around to it, and then today I remembered that I wanted to see it, and it took almost all day before I remembered again that I wanted to see it and actually was available to see it. No, it's funny you're playing Samurai mainly today. It's a class I've been leveling. Well, you have said before that it's almost like I can see the future. Maybe the reason why I chose Samurai was because I had a feeling. I think that Lowell might be playing Samurai today. Oh, secures this one. I actually remembered it wrong. I thought it was a different one. That's fine. I don't know if Samurai is particularly good at this one. I just wanted to play Samurai because I think it would be funny to snipe people with the limit break. I don't even know how well that works. Because melee jobs have a huge damage reduction modifier in PvP. I'm not sure why we're duking it out like that. Ow. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, it looks like our team is doing well. Right at the start, we have 3 bases. Ah, I can't believe I actually thought when my connection was having problems, I genuinely thought that that I wouldn't be able to stream. That there was something wrong with the internet in some way that I couldn't fix. It's just annoying that I realized what the problem was like 1 minute later than when I needed to know to be able to do anything about it. I'm impressed by how little damage I'm taking. Okay, that was maybe pushing it a bit. I was trying to get some free health from Oka, but testing the limits here. See what we can and cannot get away with. Was it a learning experience or just like it fixed itself, kind of? Well, actually, my brother has been pestering me for months because I don't really do a lot of backup. And he has, like, pretty much basically offering me free cloud space to back up on, and I keep not getting around to it. So yesterday, I believe, I just dumped all of my finished, like, completed video MP4 files in there, which means that my computer had to send it all. It claimed to have finished, I'm pretty sure, but for some reason it was still uploading today. In particular, right now. But I had completely forgotten about that until until I had like spent all other possible avenues that it could be on my end. And then I checked it, and sure enough, it was still uploading. And then I clicked pause on it, did another speed test, and my upload speed doubled. So that was the problem. Little bit of a learning experience, but in hindsight, I should have thought about that. It's better than if it had just, you know, finished uploading, and then I would just sit there wondering why there was a problem in the first place, right? That would have been way worse, because the next stream it would have happened again. And I just had like gotten used to, oh yeah, for the first like 30 minutes of my stream, nothing works for unknown reasons. So I would say it was a learning experience. I just wish that I had figured out what the problem was, like 1 minute earlier. On the other hand, I've just deleted the first stream where nothing worked. It was very nice that there was someone. I don't think I've seen their name in the stream before, but there was someone that immediately responded when I said that I think there was some buffering issues. They immediately responded that yes, they could see it. Like, they could also see the problem. So it wasn't just me. So that was nice at the very least. Oh, that counted! Huh? You could just see the white mage running away because they knew that they had messed up. You could just see it. Oh, I don't want to hang out here. I'm gonna go back to my base. Not the smartest path to do it. Yeah, it's way better that I figured out what the problem was. I just paused the syncing and then watched me forget about it for a month. And then my brother asked me if I like closed the program or something. And I'm like, oh yeah, I paused it because it messed with one of my streams. You see, my brother has a much better upload than I do, so he probably never had any issues with the program in the first place. So he'll probably be very surprised when I tell him about this, if I remember to do so. Bye bye. Ow. They got back on me. But I knew that Samurai would be finishing that Midara Setsugeka. I knew it. And I knew he was gonna target me with it. So just, I have limit break. You're dead. I'm taking you with me. I don't know how much I'm helping the team, but I'm learning. So, how about you, Lou? Have you had fun learning Samurai? I'm guessing in PvE, right? Hey, Pokeshack. How are you doing? Samurai is easier than Dragoon, that's for sure. It's easier in specific ways, I'd say. Like they're different beasts. I would agree with you that personally, if I were to play a melee job in PvE, I'd certainly find Samurai easier to pilot than Dragoon. This is a mess. But I think it's also because Samurai doesn't have a lot of buffs to like line up for itself, you could say. Ooh, I think I got like 3 people there? I'm pretty sure I got 3 people there. I had some trouble because for some reason I was mashing 5 and not the shift 5. So it took a little longer. But I got it out in the end. How are you doing, Pokeshack? I hope it wasn't too difficult to find the stream when I suddenly flipped around on different stream links and such. That's a lot of damage. Exactly, Lowell. Samurai just has its buffs at all times, but Dragoon, on the other hand, you need to like time them and stack them together, and there you have like a very large burst window with so many cooldowns. Not to mention your Life of the Dragon and all those things. Meanwhile, Samurai is like the closest equivalent that Samurai has is that, well, it has a lot of cooldowns that happen every minute or every 2 minutes, but it's your call whether you want to use them there. You can just use them whenever. Pretty funny. The raid is sort of arguing whether or not we should go for blue or red. While we're equally behind both of them. Now red is really taking over, but when they were talking about it, they were equal. It's unfortunate that we fell behind, but I didn't expect to win that much. I'm just playing, and then we'll see how well it goes. I think I messed it up. Yeah, I did. I keep trying to press 5 and I need to press Shift 5. Let's move it down there, then I don't mess it up. I even had like multiple people. I think I need to change my targeting, because for some reason I'm expecting it to work in a different way. It's because I feel like closest is easier for PvP, while line of sight is better for PvE, like for multi-dotting things and stuff like that. But in PvP you have a lot more, like, you need to react to specifically the person right up in your face. Don't think I got anyone with that. There were simply too many people to be able to see who was attacking me and who wasn't. I'll get better at that with time. It seems that we really need to focus red. But because we're behind, it's not that much in our interest to focus anyone. We should be more interested in just going for the easiest points. I can pretty much imagine that the conversation happening on blue team is that they're mad that we keep targeting them, and the red team is probably saying the same thing, arguing that we should be targeting the other team. Maybe the red team is more reasonably thinking that that it makes sense that we would go for them specifically. But I know how it goes. It's like, yeah, we lost because third place kept targeting us specifically. But the problem is that blue needs to focus on red, and we will focus on blue because they we'll focus that spot over that spot, because clearly blue is the weaker player amongst them. That's why, like, blue needs to fight specifically red. We don't need to fight anyone in particular, and red just needs to hold their position to win. So blue is the deciding factor, you could say. For us it's all the same. That's really funny. It looks like there's a red and one from my team duking it out over this spot next to blue. It's really weird. Bokek says, I'm fine, how are you? In the end I did fall asleep when you started Titania. Oh, that's okay. I think you said that you were probably going to fall asleep before we started even on the doggos. So you staying for however long you did was appreciated nonetheless. I hope you enjoyed it. The big mount farm. I ended up getting not a single mount in that mount farm because of bad luck. Oh, we've overtaken blue. Oh, what? I fell through the bridge. I have fallen and cannot get up. Worth it. I have already won and you know it. I got my kill. That was wild. I wonder if it wasn't enough of a setback. We're really close. We might be able to overtake them in the last moment. Ah. We lost because time when we were literally going to beat them in one take. Oh. Oh. Well, I did the second most damage on my team, so that's nice. Poker says, I enjoy too much that farming and the stack marker. Well, I'm glad you had fun with it. So what are you up to, Pokeshack? I understand Lowell is doing some samurai leveling. Bokshek says, yesterday I was leveling Samurai to level 80, and oh boy, with Tsubame Gaichi, Shoha, and Sene, it's an incredible change. Yeah, it adds a lot. Especially when you're used to just having the, like, spam, the, is it Shinten? I believe it's called, yeah, it's Shinten. You just spam Shinten and Gyoten as you please. And suddenly, you have, well, you have Sene as an extra spender every now and then. And I guess you get Iki Shoten early enough to pay for it, so it's not really a problem. But still. I mean, it's just like 3 extra GCD/OGCD options. It's not too big of a deal. You know, I don't remember if I put a fun fact about Shoha in any of my samurai guides. I might have. I might have put a tip about a fun fact about Shoha in my high-level guide. You might be able to remember that better than me, Pokeshack, because you would remember whether I told you or not. You could say. But in Shadowbringers, at the very start, I believe, like, it was changed to how Shoha works now in the first major patch, if not even before that. But before that, the way Shoha worked is that you channeled Meditate, you know, I believe the level 60 ability, and every 3 seconds you charged it, it would increase the charge on Shoha by 1, which would increase the damage it did. Now, the thing is, you can't actually move while channeling Meditate, and that means that Shoha could only be used at all if you were channeling Meditate next to whatever you intended to spend it on. And that meant you had to know what you wanted to spend it on was beforehand. And also the place you wanted to spend it had to be safe beforehand. Like, all these factors combined to make the ability very pointless. Like, extremely pointless. So no one used it. And that's why they changed it really fast. What on earth is happening here? Yellow's just taking over every single spot. Apparently it's working. I guess that's why they had such a weak presence up at the droids, is because they just went, nah, we'll just take the points. Way easier. They just take 5 out of the 6 spots. Nice. That's a really smart move. No one expects it. Now the question is whether they can hold it or whether that's their final gambit, and that's it. Now I wonder if we should be aware of red right now. But yeah, Shoha used to be extremely hard to use. Now the problem with Shoha was more so that I believe the Shoha, like the old version of it, didn't do enough damage to warrant putting in all that effort to make that magic happen in the first place. Like, one thing was like putting all that effort into planting yourself where you need to be to get the big hit in. But when the big hit was, I think, like 600 potency or something like that, at its upper, like, maximum, maybe 700, it was just not worth it, because at that time, you know, Midara Setsugeka capped out at 1,200, I believe. So it was just not very valuable to use, so people didn't bother. Well, the people that tried to maximize their damage would try, but it was just not feasible in the vast majority of cases. So people stopped trying in some capacity. There's a very high chance that that samurai is gonna smack me right back with their limit break. Seems they don't have it. Yeah, that was to be expected. see. Pokecheck says, never finished the guide because I only see the guide up to the level I have. Because it... Yeah, I can see it. If you try to read too far ahead, it just won't work. You'll just forget again, right? Totally understand that. I sort of recommend that when people ask, is also to just watch the path that you can use, because reading too far ahead in the book, so to speak, will not be very helpful to you anyway. So you're right, that is the correct way to do it, but maybe you had seen the fun fact anyway, who knows? See. But yeah, exactly. Shoha wasn't really used because it was far too complicated to use effectively in any capacity. Robert says, is character level taken into account for PvP? Would it be beneficial to wait until a higher level to start PvP? You can PvP right now. The only requirement to do PvP at maximum capacity is to be level 30 and wear a job crystal. That's all you need to do. You need a job crystal. You will have all the same stats as everyone else. Your gear doesn't matter. You just have a, like, how can I say it? Final Fantasy XIV PvP is more like a hero battle game, like Overwatch or something like that, where you just choose a character, and then that you do have that character's abilities and stats, and that's the end of it. That's everything that you need. So you can play at maximum capacity right now if you want to. Oh my god, what, 2 kills? 1 kill. Nice. Yeah, you can PvP right now, Robert. Just remember that it is it's extremely different from PvE. Like the reason why you don't need to be a high level is because your actions are completely different. They're in a separate action list. Some jobs are almost completely unrecognizable from what they were in what they are in PvE. Like completely different. You just had to do it. I had to do it to him. It really looked like he had got to me. Like it really looked like he had figured it out, and that he was not gonna attack me. But he just couldn't. He just couldn't stop himself. He just had to. He was so close. Do it. I'm dead, however. I wonder how helpful that was. Like I kept like 8 people occupied for 5-8 seconds or so, just for the fun of it. Exactly, Pokeshack. Dancer procs things with her dash, so does Samurai. Robert, if you have a little bit of PvP interest that you want to get into it, but there's a particular job that you want to try out, we might be able to take a little look at it in between matches if you want. If you just let me know what job you're interested in, then I can try and see if I can explain it to you if you want. Like, oh wow, look at that, Usada Pecora right there. I didn't know this was HoloLive. What a name. I think we're late. A little late. Yeah, not really anything left. but scraps and kills. Oh! Somehow I managed to dodge the embarrassment simply by being too confused about what to attack that I didn't attack anything. Guys, I've cracked the code. How do you beat samurai? Just don't attack. Just don't attack anything. Genius. I figured it all out. Mail says they totally need to allow blue in PvP, just for the entertainment factor alone. Well, the question mark good news for you is that I believe in a recent live letter, Yoshi P did discuss it and talked about the comedy in being able to use stuff like Final Sting or Self-Destruct. I think he did. I didn't watch it. I pretty much just read like a summary someone else made, so I can't say for sure the accuracy on that statement. But maybe one day we'll see Blue Mage PvP as like an event or something. It would be really funny. I totally agree with you. Absolutely. Robert says this is a great offer, but just keep doing what you're doing. This is my first exposure to PvP, so I wouldn't know where to start class-wise. Well, you could start basically with like the way most people start on PvP is that they see a job that they find particularly fascinating in PvP, because all of the jobs are almost completely different in some aspects in PvP for some reason. For example, just to really put a like flash a light on how unique some of the jobs become in PvP. Machinist has like a toolbox, like almost like a gadgeteer feel to it, where you flip through the tools that you normally just like use in quick succession in PvE, and their limit break, because every job has a unique limit break in PvP. The Machinist's limit break is an actual sniper that they then just shoot someone from miles away for a massive damage, which is very unique. And Dark Knight surprisingly spends its health for damage and has far more self-healing capability than they do in PvE, because that's how a Dark Knight would work in, you know, a sense where you're not trying to fit in the MMO Holy Trinity mold. For a second I thought they were running because I was winning. They were running because I had backup. And Mail says, I want to hear about Blue updates and a new limited job. I think Blue was successful enough to warrant a new limited job. They were talking about like Beastmaster or something like that as a new limited job. They were talking about that like extremely late Shadowbringers. So there might be hopes yet. I'm very excited for that possibility. When I heard about Beastmaster as a job, just in general, the first thing I thought was, that's not gonna work as a legitimate job. It'll be too tame, pun intended. And and it will not really feel like what we would expect of such a job. But if it's a limited job, you could, you know, straight up just have the job capture monsters. I spent too long trying to find a target. Can I get away with it? I cannot. It's really hard to find the person with the Kosuchi effect on them. It's really hard. So I can be there. Everything, stars align. I can just kill somebody if I want to. But I can't find the person in the army. So it doesn't work. I knew I had one person, I could find them, but I was trying to find someone deeper in the army. To be able to capitalize harder on their mistake. Like that, for instance. I don't know how many I got. But that, I think there was like 2 or 3 that died there. I think that was pretty good. Why is red pushing at our base like that? You have too much mobility, Mr. Dragoon. I think Beastmaster would be extremely awesome as a limited job. Like, that's just like Blue Mage. It's the kind of job that while they could make it functional as a regular job, they can make something way cooler as a limited job. I wonder if they add a new limited job, whether they would make it so that Blue Mage would be able to do their, you know, like their blue book for hunt targets and stuff like that. If they would be able to do it together with the other limited job. I wonder. Like, would that make sense? Oops. Run! Escape! I just wanted the kill. I'm a head out now, guys. I just wanted my free kill. I'm good. I'll go home now. Ouchies. And Mail says, Beastmaster will be the new Pokemon game in Final Fantasy XIV. Oh yeah. That would be Final Fantasy XIV's true answer to World of Warcraft's pet battles, right? You did the wrong thing, friend. You attacked the wrong samurai, friend. Also, hey Ralu, how are you doing? I don't know if I'm doing well with Samurai. The last match I was the second highest damage dealer in my team, but I didn't feel like I was contributing much, so it surprised me a bit that that I did that much damage. And I didn't even get that much of a battle high, as far as I know. Probably because I died much. Yoink that base. But it doesn't even matter, because the best part is when you kill someone with the limit break. You see here I'm 3rd on damage, and I'm I think they call me the kill stealer, because I've certainly like yoinked 2 kills by just dashing in and getting the last hit by accident. That's the important thing, by accident. I didn't actually try to do that intentionally. But because there isn't any rank to lose, I'm not that afraid of losing either. I'm just having fun. Also, apparently I'm celebrated. Oh man, that's so sweet. Aww. Thank you so much, Redito. Are you in the chat? Are you in the chat? Oh man. You're getting me all emotional on stream. I'm just gonna show you the chat for a moment, because we have this wonderful person just randomly being here and being super nice. It's so nice. Thank you so much. That's really funny. Aw. And now I need... I need to grab a present. You do this. There we go. Picture for the catalog. That's so nice. New one for the collection, exactly. Look at this. I have fan coats at the ready for anyone that bothers to seek me out. I will always give you a little something for your efforts. Yoop. He's a sage. It gets the healer one. What a good day. And this guy is on the same server. Alright, cool. Well, this is very accurate to my reaction every time someone has sought me out. I'm always excited when someone comes to see me in game. That's why I always tell you that if you want to take the time, just like if you see me out in the wild, just say hi. I'm never too busy. Like, the worst that can happen is that I'm actively recording something, and the worst that can happen then is I have to retake it. When's the trip to your server? Anytime you want. But you have to already be in an EU server, unfortunately. Also, Rallo saying, that's not your kill, it's our kill. And Rallo says, that's how Samurai is. You'll be surprised how much damage you could do, but I kill 5 people with my ult once in Frontline. And it really feels good since people know. Yeah, the worst part with Samurai in Frontline is that in Crystalline Conflict, you can at least see it coming when that Samurai starts being really aggressive with their defensive cooldown, Hisatsu Jiten. You know, oh, well, he doesn't have the limit break, so I can just ignore that, but you can see it coming when he does have the limit break. Then you know. But when you're in Frontline, no one knows. You might have it. You might have it. You might not have it. So you can use it as a bait. You just randomly click Jiten, and then maybe some people will back off because they don't know if you have it. Welcome back, Lewell. But yeah, that is the inspiration for why we're going Samurai, is because normally I wouldn't be smart enough, clever enough in PvP in the Crystalline Conflict match to psych out enemies. Like, if you watch a guide on PvP Samurai, the common thing is that you're recommended to like use Jiten in various ways to try and train your opponents to react in a specific way to you clicking Jiten. They'll eventually learn that, oh well, he doesn't use his limit break after Jiten in this particular context. We only have to watch out for it when he specifically uses Jiten guard or something like that. Then he's baiting, something like that. So we need to watch for guard, and then you have to switch it up later in the match. And I just don't, like, maybe I could if I really, really concentrated. I might be able to manage that kind of magic. But I think I might be playing slightly worse on stream. Can't say for certain, but I might be. I think I might be able to be a little bit smarter about my mean tricks if I was not streaming, because I'm trying to be entertaining at the same time and telling stories. And that's fine. So I instead play jobs that I think I can manage while also being entertaining. And also fun facts, yeah, exactly. Just having fun. That's also what I was saying. I'm doing Frontline to have fun, not necessarily to win. I'm not trying to drag my team down, of course, but I'm not here to win. I'm here to get myself some limit break kills. Or not get that kill, apparently. This might be a mistake. This might very much be a mistake. I feel like I'm getting flanked. Well, at least I got an assist. But I wanted the kill. Oh, they had stun immunity. And there's a limit break. I got stun locked pretty hard there. Ow. Oh well. That's fair. I don't... Huh? I don't think I've seen any monks in Frontline for a while. That's very surprising. Get back here, you! This person was intentionally trying to delay us as long as they possibly could, and we all fell for it. Every single one of us was like, that dragoon looks mighty tasty, and just went for him like 10 people going for one guy. Oh, that person specifically stopped attacking to let me have the kill, I'm pretty sure. I'm very certain that they intentionally backed off to let me have it. What a bro move. I just want the assist. Robert says, streamer rights. You get the first kill. I would be very surprised if the person backed off from the kill because they recognized me. That would very much surprise me, and I would also be very, very sad if that was the case. Could you imagine if people let me have kills not because it was good, but because I know that guy? And then I just go and squander it. Oh, I think the debuff ran out. Yep, missed it. Mel says, going back to jobs, any specific job you'd like to see in 7.0? That's a good question. Pokeshack's Time Mage is a really good suggestion, actually. What would I like to see? I think Geomancer could be really cool, but I'm not sure what I would want out of Geomancer. Like, the main argument for why Geomancer would be cool is because White Mage isn't really that much the nature job anymore, because they're very focused on holy magic now, I feel like. And also Geomancers are known to use maces, so if it could be a job that actively attacks with their weapon in some capacity, then that would be a very neat way to finally have a job that uses blunt damage in close combat that isn't a monk. I think that would be like really neat. Usually what people say when I say I want a job that uses a blunt weapon in melee combat, they say, well, warrior has like 2 or 3 hammers, you know? That doesn't count. And that doesn't count. I want a job that uses a hammer. But I think that would be my answer. Geomancer. Time Mage is also a good idea. I think that could work as a healer. I think, like, to give credit where credit is due, because sometimes I'm a little mean to World of Warcraft on stream. We'll talk about it. Their idea for healer with the new class they're adding, having a time magic based like sub-spec, you could say, is genius. Like the tricks that it uses are actually like rewinds your health and things like that. And I think that's a really cool idea. And that could work. That could really work as a healer. On the other hand, I could also imagine that people would be a little mad that again we have finally a job with some time magic vibes, and then it's a healer again, because Astrologian used to have a lot of time magic related spells. They still have a little bit, I think, but they used to have a lot more. Like they actually had abilities that extended buff durations and stuff like that. And gravity is often, I believe in most Final Fantasy games that employs a job system, gravity is always a time mage specific spell. So Time Wizard usually gets Demi and gravity and things like that, and it reduces enemies' health by a percentage of their health and things like that. But Astrologian has it now, so that means that Astrologian is the closest we have to a time mage. And Pokeshak says Hermes Costello is a JoJo reference. Is it? Is it to like Golden Wind, or was it? Because that's the part that I haven't seen. Got him. I've really not been doing a lot in this match. I apparently only have 2 kills in total. On the other hand, the match hasn't been going for very long yet. From Stone Ocean. I watched until I believe it's part 4. Part 3 is the one where they start having the stands, I believe. I watched all of that. And then I watched some of the next, and then I just had other stuff. So I kind of stopped watching. Not that it was bad, just I had other stuff. Oh, I don't want to fight anymore. I'm not sure if I want to fight anymore. Hi. I missed him with my AoE, so I just had to stand there for my GCD. See. Yeah, and Astrologian also has light speed, that's true. And they also have Earthly Star. That's not really a time mage thing, but it is something where time is very important. Which is very unique to Astrologian, I think. Where it's like a time bomb you place. And they have Macrocosmos, and what's that? Where they put a buff on everyone, and then they can click it to just do a heal, or if you do an AoE heal, you can extend it and make it bigger. Can't remember what it's called right off the top of my head. But they have a bunch of tools that are very specifically related to time magic. Well, I'll take one. That's fine. I'll make do with one. If that's what it can, what it's going to be, then I'll take one. That's fine. Looks like there's a ninja having fun. Yeah, horoscope, that's right, Pokeshack. That was the ability I was talking about. Good call. I was like, I remembered exactly what the word means and everything, but I just couldn't remember what the name was, what the word was. Just completely forgotten. Mail says Geomancers, good choice, but they did say Geomancers are basically the Othard version of Astrologian, so they'd have to retcon that. That's true. That's true, and we already know this from the Astrologian storyline too. That's absolutely correct. So yeah, that might be a little problematic. I could settle for a job that plays like a Geomancer, but it's just called something else to avoid that problem. Like I can be reasoned with. It doesn't have to be called Geomancer. And Mail says, though I think magic and ranged physical DPS would be next in line, since they only have the only roles that only have 3 jobs, I believe. Yeah, that's correct. That is absolutely correct. So that would make sense. Geomancer doesn't have to be a healer. And I feel like it would. I know that we got Reaper as like a more magical melee DPS, but it's still melee DPS. More so than magic. I still think that it would be pretty neat if we had a oh no, run away, hide. Get in. He's completely ignoring me. He knows what time it is. He doesn't want to hit me at all, and I don't even have the buff up. Boom. Ha! I saw that machinist limit break over there. I saw that. I wonder if he expected that. But yeah, that sounds correct, Mail. That is probably gonna be a ranged, physical, and a mage. Now, what mage would it be? I have heard people talking about having a green mage, but that's such a specifically unique job that I haven't played a Final Fantasy game that it exists in. Supposedly it's like a buffer debuffer alternative to red mage, because red mage tends to be very like upfront damage, like yeah, that's not happening. Not with summoner limit breaks on it. But since it's not, it wouldn't be the first time that Final Fantasy XIV like redesigns a job to match what they need. A job that is entirely buffs and debuffs would not function in an MMO space. It just wouldn't. So it would make sense that they would make it something else. Not sure what they would make it, but pure buffs and debuffs would simply not work. fun. What? He survived. What? He had some shields up. What? I wonder what the Dragoon was thinking when he saw the Cheetan come up as he was making his way down with his limit break. I think it might be a good idea to start thinking about helping some of our raid make their way to the middle. Pokejack says, I don't normally know the names, but recently I saw all your guides up to 80. So imagine what I have to do now. And there I saw a horoscope. Oh wow, you saw all of them. Thank you. Thank you. Mail, that's a good point. It's pretty physical to catch a boulder to the face, regardless of whether it's magic that caused it, or it was launched by hand. That's true. That's an interesting way to put it. Yeah. Pretty sure that's still physical damage, you know? I don't think we're gonna make it to Battle High 5, guys. Because if I try too hard, then we're just gonna die trying and then lose it all. Oh! That was really close to going very wrong. Oh dear. Hey Bao, how are you doing? Oh, we got it. Battle High 5. Now we're doing 50% more damage. And you're dead. And you're dead. And you're dead. And you're sniped and dead. We did it! We did it! We won! I didn't win on damage, but we won! We won the match! Let me just catch up a little bit on chat. Pokejack says, I want a melee mage. I like paladin, but that's not exactly what I'm looking for. And Mail says, green mage would be in a role all its own if it remained as a buffer debuffer. And Pokejack says, red is healer melee mage. White is healer buff, black is mage debuff, and green is buff debuff. I think black mage often is just damage. In games where there are multiple types of mages, like they get more and more focused into their specific niche, and black mage tends to be the one with, you know, flare, meteor, you know, things that just do an enormous amount of damage and not really anything else. Debuff, yeah, they apply one. It's called death. Mail says, unless the green mage rotation debuff the target above the party, depending on part of the rotation we're in, but that sounds a bit too complicated and copy-paste to an extent. I think an argument for why green mage would make sense is that with Summoner no longer being like the dot powerhouse that it used to be in Shadowbringers and before that, we're a little bit missing, you know, the dot mage of some sort. I know you don't have to have a dot mage, but I'm just saying that amongst the mages, Black Mage is the only one that has a dot in the first place, and their dot is more so used for the proc that is up instantaneous damage than the actual dot itself. So I don't know how much Black Mage counts. The closest we have to like a significantly heavy dot job is Bard, isn't it? And for Bard, it is like you apply the dots and then you just reapply it with Iron Jaws for the entire fight. There's not really any focus on it. It's just there. It's just part of what Bard does. It's just there. I think that's the closest we get to a dot job, and it's not really focused on the subject. So I think a green mage as a DPS mage with a heavy focus on dots would be a really, like, that could work. That would both fill the dot niche that we've kind of lost, and it would also be a mage, and it could use a mace, but like in this case I don't think it will be very much a melee job. It will be like, if it also is melee, then we'll just go back to where we were. We'll have a job that is sort of a dot job, but it also has this other niche that it's trying to fill, so it would be better if it was just the one thing, right? Just, okay, it's the dot mage. We can't have a melee ranged physical, that doesn't make sense. So that means we'll have to wait another expansion. But yeah, that's true, Pokeshack. It could have Bane. Before Endwalker, the way Summoner worked is that it applied its dots to just one target, and then it used an ability called Bane to spread it to everything like an explosion. And that was the vast majority of the AoE damage that a Summoner would bring to the table. So I think that I think it could work. Like, a green mage could make use of a lot of features that have just like been lost a little bit to time. It could also have a buff. Like, I'm not saying it couldn't have a buff, but I think we are missing more the dot thing. And thank you, Bao. You find most samurai end up dying after they limit break because their purify is on cooldown. In most cases, I've died after my limit break, but I'll have you know that I got a triple kill this one time in one of the matches that I didn't win. I'm just saying. I also died, but I got a triple kill. And then died. So I lost, you know, half of the battle high I got out of that, but... and that is what we're here for. Trying to see, while playing correctly and playing well as best as I can to the best of my ability as a samurai, we're doing that, and also trying to snipe the biggest multi-kill we can with limit break. And Bokshi says, with time it's just damage, but in the beginning they have debuffs. The debuff of the boss, the debuff bar of the boss in the raid will be just it's just every single action that the green mage has is like a dot of some kind. That would be really funny. You just like, oh yeah, I have like 6 or 7 different debuffs that I have to apply, and then that's my rotation. That's the whole rotation. That's what we're doing. Mail says, looking at a list of Final Fantasy jobs, we still have classes like Mime, Puppet Master, Chemist, Corsair, and Ranger. Yeah. We also have Sniper and Fencer. Actually, last time I was asked what job I wanted to see, I believe I said Fencer. And the reason I said Fencer was because I believe when Fencer is in a Final Fantasy game, it tends to be a melee job that is heavily focused on applying debuffs. Like, for instance, now I played Final Fantasy Tactics Advance years ago. There, I believe Fencer has, like, multiple, like, it can apply poison and it can apply multiple other debuffs from melee range. So it is exactly a melee job that applies dots. It doesn't matter to me, it's all the same to me whether the dot job is a melee or a ranged or a mage. All the same to me, but I want a dot job. So there we weren't talking about the fact that the likely scenario is that the next expansion, if we're getting 2 more jobs, we probably are, but if we're getting 2 jobs, as Mail said, probably gonna be a mage and a ranged physical. That's probably what it's gonna be. And if that's the case, then I'll say Green Mage and have it be a dot job. And Mail says Ranger is Bard without the songs. Yeah, that sounds about right. And Sniper would also be a Bard, just with more range and not any dots. And I think we can probably agree that Puppet Master is probably not happening. I don't think. After all the trouble the dev team went through to remove the pet DPS job in the old Summoner, because there were so many problems with it, it would very much surprise me if we got another pet job that isn't a limited job. Beastmaster win. By the way, Mail, have you played a Final Fantasy game that has the mime? What does that do? Is it like a job that copies actions from other jobs? Because I haven't seen that that job in a Final Fantasy game, but a mime sounds like it's exactly that. Like it's a copycat. I think that would be really difficult to make work. Pokeshik says, as much as I like the classes we're talking about and the options available, I'm not going to be happy now without the Beastmaster after having remembered it. Well, they haven't. The specific thing you have to remember, Pokeshak, is that I believe it was Yoshi P that said they had been talking about Beastmaster. They didn't say a release date. They didn't say anything about when it was going to happen. They didn't even say that it was going to happen, but explicitly they didn't say that it wasn't going to happen. They specifically said that they were talking about making it a limited job. And they were talking about how there's Beastmasters in Bosha, so we've already seen the job represented in the game. Presumably, the Beastmaster would be wearing a one-handed axe, in contrast to the warrior's two-handed axe, and then optionally a shield. Which means either the same shields that Paladin is using, or different shields. Like maybe equipment that is explicitly noted as a buckler or something, so that it isn't the same as a shield. I don't know. But that's what we've seen them wear. An axe and a shield. I think, isn't Onion Knight just like the starter job title in some specific Final Fantasy games? Like it's like the placeholder job before you take something else or something like that? What kind of things does Onion Knight do? And Mail says, I feel like 14 should have looked at WoW's pet jobs because they actually did them well. I don't know. I feel like when I think back on World of Warcraft, the main thing with the pets in World of Warcraft is that you don't like change your summons all the time throughout a battle. You don't really do that. So the problem with ghosting that Final Fantasy has is only present because the way they designed pet classes or pet jobs is that they change their summon. Like, I don't know why Scholar also got that. after they found out that it didn't really work that cleanly with Summoner in the first place. But they both had that. Ghosting, for those that are not aware, is when you order your pet to cast something, if you unsummon it before it finishes the cast, then it just doesn't happen at all. That makes sense, but it also means that if it was a cooldown you were using, that it just fizzles. Thank you, Bayo. Have a nice day. But if it's a cooldown you were using, you just lose out on the opportunity to use that cooldown entirely. You don't get it refunded. And in some cases, like if it was Bahamut, he will just do the entire animation of the attack. The explosion from Enkindle Bahamut might even happen and everything, and no damage numbers appear. That's ghosting. Now, with the way that Summoner works now, the only ability that I kind of see ghosting is Radiant Aegis. You know, when you order your Carbuncle to use a shield, but if you give it less than like if you only give it the OGCD animation lock, the half a second to do it, then often it'll ghost it, and then you don't get to have it at all. So that is ghosting, and they sort of fixed that problem ever so slightly by removing most pets in the game. By having a Summoner simply not work like that anymore. There they fixed most of them. Oh. Okay. Didn't really get to do much in this initial bout. Mime is a lot like Blue Mage. I see. I just sort of assumed that Mime would be like a job that specifically copies other jobs' actions. I've been playing through this game that is supposed to be like similar to Final Fantasy. Like it's very heavily inspired by Final Fantasy, called Crystal Project, and in that game there's a job called the Mimic, which its entire toolkit is to copy other jobs' abilities. That's the entire thing it does. It just copies other things, and a Mimic is not too far from a Mime, is it? I'm not sure where the game plan is right now. See, Mail says, except I believe you just copy the last attacks rather than taking it as your own. Yeah, sorry, I should have read that second part before explaining that whole thing about the Mimic, because that's... You literally said that. That's my mistake. Sorry about that. Okay, someone was giving me a warning about when the next mid phase is. Oh, he has got Hollow Ground. Now he doesn't have Hollow Ground. Now he's dead. The Ditto job, exactly. That sounds correct. In the spirit of Beastmaster and Pokemon. And Mail says, Onion Knight was the starter job in Final Fantasy II, I think. Yes, that sounds correct. That sounds right to me. And there was this weird thing where if you like that's super late in the game or something, there's some incredibly powerful gear that the Onion Knight can wear or something like that. But I can't remember the details on that, but I feel like I heard something about that, and that's what caused people to say, like, is Onion Knight viable? But the thing is that Onion Knight hardly gains any stats on level up, and it can't equip very much gear in general, so it's very clear that you're not supposed to stay an Onion Knight. Like, it's very clear based on how the job works in general. Oh, I didn't manage to trick anyone into fighting me, unfortunately. Didn't see any Kosuchi debuffs being applied. I have seen mail that you wrote a message. I'm trying to find time to properly read it through. It's just war's happening. The summoner's main issue was that the pet was just kind of there, whereas whilst hunter specs focused on the pet, and the pet did about 40% of your overall damage. Yeah, beast mastery. But the thing is that the way that worked actually is to some degree that most of your attacks as beast mastery would just cause your pet to yeet itself at its target, because in World of Warcraft there was also like mobility problems with pets, you could say. Some very specific scenarios, Beastmaster was hardly viable in content. It's extremely niche cases, but they happened because the pet would get stuck on terrain and things like that. He hit me! He punched me! There's only one fair judgment for punching the samurai. He hurt me! Look, boys, in PvP we still have Kaiten. No, we have Chitin. Well, I guess Make Your Shisui almost is like Kaiten in PvP, because you use it just before Midari Setsugeka and it sort of has that flourish. So, you know what, Pokeshack, you're right. Kaiten lives on in PvP. Why is there a war breaking out down there? You can't get to the flag from there. Surprise! Make them second guess their decisions by putting up Cheetah reactively and going into an unfair fight. Like I intend to kill both of them. Mail says, though I'm also interested to see what the devs can come up with, since Reaper and Sage are pretty unique jobs. Yeah, that's true. They are very, very different from other jobs. In a good way. What I was basically getting at with World of Warcraft's pet management is that for the most part, when they've given you attacks that directly interact with your pet, they tend to make it so that the attack just makes your pet do the thing that it needs to do, because the devs know that it's completely impossible to manage the pet accurately in a satisfying way. Oh. You have been spotted, my friend. Hello. Was this not what you had in mind? Ah, I missed the other one. That's also true, Pokeshack. Sage is is a job that has existed in other Final Fantasy games, and the Sage that we have in Final Fantasy XIV is completely different. So there is an argument to be made that the jobs that we might be hoping comes into the game might look very different from how we imagined them when they have gone through being made functional in the Final Fantasy in the 14 universe. I can't even be bothered to fight you, Mr. Summoner. Bye. Wait, we're in the lead. When did that happen? And Mail says, I was hoping for Necromancer, but I don't think that would work with the whole Warrior of Light aspect. Nah, I don't think that would be an issue, given that we already have Reaper and Dark Knight. I think Necromancer could work, but I think just from a marketing point of view, it's better to not have the Necromancer than have it, because they do have a significant amount of customers in China, and I believe that would be a mess to make work, given how they deal with death and necromancers. It might be difficult to make that work without a lot of extra work to make it look less like a necromancer in that context. I'm not saying that that's the reason why, I'm just saying that there's a possibility that it has an effect on their decision to do it or not to do it. But I got that kill. I'll take it. I got that kill too, apparently. Almost. But also Necromancer would be like way more pet job than what we already had. And as we know, the dev team has already sort of decided that that's not what they want. So it would be really weird if they reworked the summoner to something else because they didn't feel the pet system worked that well. And then they immediately make a 180 and make another pet job. That would surprise me if they chose to do that. But I was actually, Mail, I was hoping for a Necromancer as well. I was, when they said that, when we knew back before Endwalker, when we knew that the new job that they were teasing had a scythe, my expectation was a Templar, because they had some, they're melee, and they use magic. But that was just based on, well, I know that Templar is a job that exists, and Reaper is not a job that I know exists. Why is he not moving? That's a little strange. Oh dear, I shouldn't take the main door when there's not many people coming in. Oh boy. That's a lot of people suddenly. I can really feel that we're in the lead right now. Because we're getting attacked from all sides. Snipe. I don't really want to dive in too hard. Wait, we're losing our base. We need to defend the home. This doesn't work. And we need to get some bases. Otherwise this isn't... Then we're gonna just lose the lead. And we lost one of our battle height 5s, apparently. I wonder if they're going to try and snipe me out as well. I can't really go into a 1v5 like that if I don't have a limit break. Someone announced go mid. That's probably a good idea. We're going to have the final droids in the center in 40 seconds. Huh? Did some of our people just get dropped off? Looks like it. I'll take the free kill. Uh-oh. I'm just gonna walk away. There's too many attacks dropped on me at once. I think blue is gonna win in the end, just because of this. They pretty much camped our way up to the mid, so we couldn't really get a foothold, and they were actively trying to kick us off. Like, that Reaper was waiting to use their limit break to get people to run off the side. Ironically, he killed himself jumping off the side instead. Wow. I'm literally retreating through an army of enemies. And we win! We win because time's up. Okay, you guys were saying a few things. So let's see. Pokeshack says, what if it was like a shaman who had a pet, but when you do the attack, the animation is that the pet appears and attacks as if it were the Reaper's stand? Yeah, that could work. That could work, like a pet where it just like appears out of the ground. I feel like the people that wants a pet job wouldn't really feel satisfied with that. But then Poke says, then I thought that if it is done wrong, it would seem like stealing from the Blue Mage. How's that? I don't really know. And Poke says, Necromancer is weird depending on the lore, because for example, in Diablo, they're the good ones, but there are reasons in the lore for you to control the undead, but they are not bad. And Mail says they could take a class from WoW and bring in a shapeshifting druid. That could also work. I believe in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, the Beastmaster works by channeling a monster that you have captured at some point, and then gets access to their abilities. They don't actually shapeshift into it, they just channel the monster and then they get their abilities and I believe some of their stats or something like that. But that's the Beastmaster in that game, and I guess that game didn't have any pet jobs, because that would either be extremely overpowered, because that would mean another man on the field, or it would be poorly implemented. I'm guessing it's more likely that it has that it was just overpowered if you could summon a pet, an extra player to the field. And if you had to choose between a pet or a full character, then you would pretty much always choose a full character. But I think like shapeshifting could work, but has Final Fantasy like in general ever done that? Is what I like. It doesn't have to be that they have for something to happen, as we know. But I feel like there's a much higher probability that they might or would if they had done it previously in any Final Fantasy game. I don't think they have. I don't know. I haven't played that many Final Fantasy games, so there's a very good chance that there's a game where they have done this, and I just don't know about it. But I think it would be cool, just for a little fun fact, when I started in World of Warcraft, my first character was a druid, and I have mained a druid on some occasions. So I think it's a really cool style of class and job. Genuinely, I do think so. I'm just wondering how it would work. I imagine for it to function in the Final Fantasy XIV style is that you wouldn't have multiple forms to switch between unless they were all part of your rotation. Because in World of Warcraft, because one class can have multiple different roles, then a druid could, have multiple forms to satisfy different roles. And when they made the roles more specific, like instead of you having a talent tree where you can specialize as you please, you instead have to choose a main spec. Druid uniquely could choose an off spec as like a talent, where it would give you some spells from the off spec, so that you could sort of almost do the role. You couldn't really, like, you had a taunt if you chose bear form as your secondary, but you didn't really have the full toolkit, so it wouldn't function very well, but you could almost do it. We don't have that in Final Fantasy, so if a job like a druid could satisfy other roles than the one that it already had in a significant way, then it would be a little too strong. Like, imagine if it was I don't know, a mage, but it could switch to ranged physical if you needed it, or it could switch to tank if you needed it. Like, why would you play other jobs? You just need to gear the one, and then you're all roles. The idea is good, and I'm sure it can be made in a satisfying way. I just have a feeling that the way it's gonna be is either you only transform into one thing, or the whole gameplay will be you switching between a bunch of things. Which would be cool. That would also be cool. Pokeshak says, but if you don't revive the enemies as pets but as corpses, then get up and jump to the enemy and explode without AI or something, as if it were a dot for the boss as Necromancer, well, then you would be in a situation that is far worse than the Reaper, where right now, Reaper experiences, like, as I mentioned in a recent video I put out, Reaper is really, really strong, like, way stronger than it is in a single mob boss fight, if there are enemies that come in and die throughout the fight. Because it gives the Reaper, like, a little extra boost of soul gauge. It's not extreme, which is why it's not that big of a deal. But imagine a job where one of its main functionalities is to benefit from mob deaths throughout a fight. Like, that's its main gameplay mechanic. Then they either have to have ads on all boss fights from now on, otherwise Necromancer isn't viable, or they have to make sure that the Necromancer can do something else to compensate. So I think that might be dangerous to do. And Pokek says, if you use the attack and not your pet, like you have a dragon and you use the flame breath. Oh, is that the charm of the Blue Mage? I don't know. I feel like with the Blue Mage you're just mimicking an attack. Blue Mage doesn't get to have the copyright on Fire Breath just because it has it first. Like, I mean, Blue Mage has a spell called Flamethrower, but Machinist had it first, you know? I believe one of them has a space, and the other one doesn't. What? No, I don't want to be the dance partner. Now I have responsibility to perform. Well, the dancer is the one that's performing, but I have to perform now. What do we do, team? Seems like we're just running. And they say focus red. Why red? Oh. Yikers. Why are they saying focus red? We have the same points as. Oh. Oh, right. You're right. That's our friend. Landed in a PvP match with me. And in my party too. That's really funny. Nice. Thank you for pointing it out, Pokeshak. I was ready. I was like, I hardly find that I have time to read the names in my party, so I didn't even notice. That's really awesome. I wonder if he was queuing specifically to make sure that I that we landed in the same match. That would be interesting. I need to dance and kill. I have not a lot of kills. I've just assisted a bit. I feel like I'm running behind where all the battle happens, so I reach the point where things are happening and then they're not happening anymore. Look, now things are... Oh. That was just a random black mage. Surprise black mage. This is a weird match. I feel like we don't get a lot of action, but somehow my team is in the lead. I'm doing not much, it seems. I managed to do a thing, it seems. Someone gives us the timer from mid, so the next one is 1450. So he just says go for yellow and then go mid. Alright, so I've planned our afternoon, boys. We're gonna beat the daylights out of blue team for a little bit, and then we go to the middle. Yellow isn't here. What a weird match. How? How is this happening? This is so weird. Like, we're getting points, but I feel like I hardly get to see the enemy right now. Is that just... Oh, it's one person fighting against like 5 dudes. All on his own. Don't say anything, just enjoy winning. Genius. I think Pokeshack has cracked the code. Don't complain, we're winning. Oh dear. Wait, they're staying? Ha! You did the oopsie. You attacked the samurai with a limit break. The whoopsie. I guess someone is having a hard time. You did. Oh boy, you just didn't do the whoopsie. You know, the only punishment for the whoopsie is death. That's how that works. Oh, there's a Dragoon limit break. Hello. You're having this, Midari Setsugeka, whether you want it or not. I already prepped it for you. Now eat it. Dash! Bonk! And Battle High 5! Before... That was really fast. I would like to thank Rajito for this this prize. I would like to thank specifically Rajito for this trophy. I couldn't have done it without him. Now, hopefully, we're not dying now. It's really, really strong. If you have Battle High 5, your heal also heals for 50% more. It's incredible. Honey, I brought you your favorite Midare Setsugeka. Hot from the oven. Eat it while it's fresh, dear. Oh, I don't want to go into that. Looks like they were just as surprised to see me running right at them, because they didn't attack me. I even tried to give them the whoopsie a moment ago, but no one wanted to attack me. I guess I stand out like a Christmas tree with my Battle High 5 and everything, and my bright pink clothes. Whoopsie! Ow. Now to be very careful, that samurai tagged me with the whoopsie. We don't want that. That's what it's called now, by the way. Now it's just called the whoopsie. He's dead. Why? He was so insistent on not getting killed by us that he just jumped. Here's a little tip, guys. If you die from fall damage in Frontline, the enemy still gets credit. It's just whoever hit you last that gets credit. You still give the kill, so it doesn't. You might as well not jump. I don't know if he jumped, but just in case. Don't do this at home. Don't jump. Oh. And for dessert, I brought you a San Tetsuken. So you finish that first. Guys, we need a base. Where is everybody? I don't know why we're duking it out with red like this. After red. How about yellow? You know what? I'm just not gonna say it because that guy is the one that has been calling the shots for the majority of the match. I think he knows what he's doing. I'm just gonna leave him to it, not say anything. I don't think this was the right choice, but it's better to agree on a bad strategy than not agree and just mess it all up. It looks like yellow is busy defending the red side, so we might have an easy time grabbing this point. Boink! Poof. He wasn't fast enough. So what do we do now? Red and yellow are equally happy to steal our base. I guess it's because we're so far ahead that they know that they need to steal every single point that we have. Otherwise it won't be enough. What is that? I brought you the whoopsie. You know, the famous whoopsie. Imagine that. You summon the great Odin, and his signature move is just called the whoopsie. I'm a little confused. I don't think anyone triggered the whoopsie. But we're certainly getting focused. Back to just playing the... What on earth is he doing? Wow, that was a quick heal up. You did the whoopsie. You don't want to fight the samurai when it's outnumbered. That's the perfect time for limit breaks. No! So close! I'm dead. I died very suddenly. That's been a while. I think we can still win this. I got too greedy. But I died very suddenly. Time for the whoopsie. Oh boy. Bonk. It's surprisingly effective for sniping people. Minauchi, even though it doesn't do very much damage, it's just the stun part of it makes it really difficult for people to actually get out of the lethal situation. Ah, someone's taking our base again. They're really making this difficult. Like, we leave our base for 1 second and the team that we're not focusing takes our base. He's really good at dodging. Time's up. Out of the water, Fred. What? Not sure what he was up to, but he was certainly out of position. Our strong, powerful leader says just kill whoever's close. We're 6 points away from winning. There we go. That was really nice. An excellent match, and we even got Rajito in there. I didn't expect to have a positive win rate on this stream, but here we are, I guess. 3 wins. This is actually the first time I've, well, it's the first time I'm doing Frontline this week, apparently. But it appears that overall I've had a positive win rate. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. The whoopsie wins again. I think that's a good name. It's a perfect name. Because it's an attack that just kills you like whoops. And it only happens when you mess up. Sort of. It's a miracle that I haven't been killed by more Santetsukins. Hey Raziel! Noticed you were in from the stream still being in the background, but I was just trying to do my roulettes to get my dancer to 80 before heading to bed. Yeah, nice game and whoopsies. I think, as I said, I attribute me getting that quick battle high five to you, Raziel. That was some good dancing. And if you're on the way to bed, good night, man. Good game. You played well. Ten out of 10 might dance partner again. I hope you got to level 80, by the way, if that was your aim. It's very interesting, because I do remember playing melee jobs briefly in PvP in the first season where we didn't have all these damage reduction effects. And you would pretty much just crumble if enemies were attacking you, even in the slightest, like just a little bit, and you were dead. You were just done. Boonk. So that's why I was a little apprehensive to going melee. That's why we tried Paladin last week anyway, when we went there. And Raziel says, good night, you're all in the advance. I'll leave the stream in the background while I do the other roulettes. Thank you. I hope you enjoy. And enjoy roulettes. Buddy, Buddy! Buddy! Why are you not... I understand why you aren't using your guard. I'm just still a little confused why you just took all that when you could have used guard. I'm just saying, you could have just guarded and you wouldn't have been running like that. I'm not finished with you. You think that'll save you? I'm not done yet. Get back here, you. Okay, fine. Run home to your base. Did I get 3 people there? I'm dead. Okay, you got me, but I got 3 of you. So... pretty sure I won. I think the best part there is that was the most obvious whoopsie. Like, I was literally... like, holding a giant flag going... I'm gonna do the whoopsie. And they just went for it. They didn't think I was brave enough to do it. They really didn't expect it. That's genius. They totally surprised them. I guess their game plan was that they didn't think I could target someone fast enough. Which is a genuine possibility given what we saw in the previous matches. In some of the first ones. Where I ran up with this move and then unsuccessfully did it. Like, just died for nothing. But hey. We learn. We learn what we can and cannot get away with. But I think I really like Samurai in Frontline. Like, I really like Samurai in Frontline. It's really funny. Noel says that Samurai likes you. It's a mutual friendship. Samurai likes you. I'm glad. Thank you, Lewell. Today we've learned that while you cannot leave the battle, you can do a triple whoopsie. I can also just run up next to people and snipe them with a snare so they can't run away. Are you sure you want to fight me specifically? Are you sure? That was a mistake. Okay, he somehow survived it. He survived the whoopsie and lived to tell the tale. That's weird. Team, help! A little help here! Oh, there was actually a paladin using cover on me. Can they hear me? I think I sniped that gunbreaker out of their limit break. That was the saddest whoopsie. It didn't even work. No. I think we're dead. Ow. Oh well. That's okay. That exchange was cursed already. We used a limit break and didn't even have a kill to show for it. We had even done everything right. Somehow the warrior survived anyway. I'm guessing it was a combination of things. Oh. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't do that. Paladin, you can't. No. Don't cover me. I'm guessing he was also trying to escape and just tried to dash to me. What's the plan? Focus yellow. Reasonable suggestion. However, I think blue is going to overtake us really quickly if we do that. But you're the leader now, because you make the call. Maybe Pokeshak, maybe he countered the whoopsie by just saying whoops after he did it. And then it's like the magical mantra that cancels it out. Ah, I wanted an assist. Or a kill. I don't mind a free kill. If I accidentally yoink it. But to be fair, it's not right to kill steal, even if you're strong DPS. Cool move. Still dead. Thank you. Oh, he survived. For a second, I thought one of my team just randomly jumped off the cliff. Stay? Big one. Oh yeah. This is awkward. We got him. Oops. I don't think we can chase them down safely, friend. Let's not risk it. Well, it says, I really want that gorilla mount. Oh yeah, where is it that you get the gorilla mount from? I can't remember. I don't even know if I have it. But if I do, there's a likely chance that I've been gifted it from Sip. Yeah, I believe that's the Ufiti, yes. Do I have it? Yeah, I don't know. I think the answer is no. I made the mistake of not actually looking at the match. I shouldn't have done that. I mean, looking on the positive side, I delayed that army of people for like a good 10 seconds. From Ishgard Restoration, then there's a very high chance that Sip has it at the very least. Base? Base? Oh no. That warrior has his sights on me. Does he know me? I'll do the fake out whoopsie. I don't have it, but hey, maybe you'll be scared of me if I act like I have it. Tokens in Ishgard Restoration. You need a crafter. Do you need a crafter? Is it not possible to get it from the Skyrise Celebration? Someone's saying center, and I'm way out of position, and it's already happening. I think I'm gonna miss that. This is an extremely close match. We have the monkeys. Oh, you got it from the mobile tombstones? Then there's a much higher chance that I have it and just don't know. Ow, ow. No whoopsies? Oh. No whoopsies. I need like a meme, like a sad Kai meme. It just says no whoopsies. I know what I'm doing after this stream. No whoopsies. So Pokeshack, the Skyrise Celebration is that event that happens in the Ishgard Restoration every 3 days. My guide on the Ishgard Restoration covers this in very great detail, actually. Like half of the video is just on the Skyrise Celebration because it takes a while to explain. I want whoopsies now, Mom. I want whoopsies. I want the whoopsies. It's just this entire stream in a nutshell. Give me the whoopsie. Wait, we're catching up. Are we? Do we have a chance at winning? Could this be the win? Could this be a third win in a row? Is it possible? Is there a chance? Is it now? Really? If you say so. I really hope so, because if that's a misplaced marker, then we are wasting a lot of precious time. And we're only just barely ahead. When's the timer? When is the timer? Well, I got at least one person. And I hit everyone else on the way there. So I did a lot of damage. I only killed like one person, but we got the whoopsie. We're very quickly running out of bases. Because we decided to invest our time in yoinking drones while everyone else is just taking bases. Seems like it might have been worth. We got a lot of those drones with no competition. Now the question is whether we can recover our bases fast enough to stay in the lead after all that. Doesn't really matter whose bases we're taking. We should probably focus yellow more, but now we're here. Why are they all running? Do they think that I have limit break? I think they think I have limit break. And like, he wouldn't dash up to that many people at once if he didn't have limit break. There's just no chance. We are going to lose to yellow by the simple fact that we're stuck dueling with blue while yellow is taking bases and grinding our base. We're losing right now because of that, possibly. This is extremely close. And we won't even have a whoopsie. Yep. They went ahead of us on the last tick. Oh. That was so close. So close. Oh well. We're one match away from getting the mount. So. At least one more match. At least one more. And we haven't had a last place match as far as I know. We've had oh, and we also just about had 7 frontlines. But we are one match away from getting the mount. Win or lose. Because this stream is, give me the whoopsie, do it. And talk about the supremacy of pet jobs and dots. And also, where's where's my Beastmaster? Beastmaster win. And Blonde Mage? Yeah, that's true. Blue Mage and Blonde Mage. Actually, now that we're on the subject, Blue Mage uses a cane. which is blunt. So is Blue Mage actually Blunt Mage? Yes, in your first quest, you kill a Kraken with that blunt weapon. Is that what happens? Like, you don't even have water cannon? I can't see anything. I can't see! That's a lot happening. I'll attack this one, because I happen to be near it. Which is the best kind of reason. Got him. Ow. 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 Owies. You need to kill a Kraken to get water cannon. Do you have to do that as Blue Mage, or can you do it with a different job? Oh, it's a cutscene. Okay, yeah, that's the thing. I don't recall beating something to death with just the stick and nothing else. That's why I was confused. That is pretty funny. I don't even remember that. It's been a while. It's been a long time. They need to call a baby Kraken for you to kill, but instead they call an actual Kraken. Oops. And then you just go, and kill it anyway. That is really fitting for like a funny side quest kind of story, which Blue Mage kind of is. Pokeshack, have you completed Blue Mage? Like, have you reached level 70 with it? More importantly, have you completed the story of Blue Mage? I reached level 70, but I can't finish the carnival for level 50. Oh? Is it because there's like one of the fights that you don't know how to beat, or are you missing a spell that you can't access, or what is it? It's just a random Dark Knight here. He's probably gonna use Limit Break. Unless we stun him. And apparently steal the kill with it. Sure. I think I know what it is that makes Minauchi do so much damage, because it's supposed to do nearly no damage if they're low. But it's because when you click it, it snapshots how much health the target already has, and then because like 5 other people are beating away at the person, when Minauchi finally deals its damage, the person has 10% health. Or 10% health left of what they had when you queued up the attack, and then you just steal the kill. I don't know what I need, so I put it aside when I was in the free trial back in June. Ah, okay. That's fair. That makes sense. the easiest way to deal with the Blue Mage Carnival is also to like grind out as many of the spells as you can and then finish it. You're missing 87. That's not a particularly important spell as far as I know. You don't need it for anything. So you could probably do the carnival without it if you haven't already, Raziel. I'm guessing this man has a limit break. Oh boy. That was devastating. I think someone left because of that. Wow. That's what you call devastating. Someone got killed so hard that they literally rage quit over it. This might be our third place match. This man ran past the ninja with 10 HP. Why? And that was a whoopsie that didn't work either. We're really unlucky with the whoopsies now. That's a lot of damage. Pokejack says, I like the job and like the fun, but I want to do other things, and I wanted to do other things in that moment. And people don't want me in blue parties because I don't have ultra vibration because I'm in the free trial. Oh, right. You didn't have access to the level 70 stuff, so you couldn't get ultra vibration. I get it. I get it. Yeah, I feel like we're getting farmed this match. Don't really know what we're supposed to do about it. No, Pokejack, it doesn't matter if the debuff was already gone. The person still took like 90% of their health. It's just because they added shields on top, because the attack does 100% of your health in damage, and without like a large amount of battle high, I'm guessing, I can't kill people through that. So a ninja running around with Huton, for instance, will not die from it because they have like a 16,000 shield on top of their full health bar. So that's why I nearly killed him. The thing is that if you click whoopsie when the debuff is active, it doesn't matter whether I haven't finished the cast before the debuff runs out. The game recognized that I did it in time and it lands. It's a little strange, I know, but it does work. It does work. Typically I've only missed if I clicked someone that didn't even have it. Yeah, I understand that, Pokejack. When I have done, like, Blue Mage content, I typically have just said that anyone's welcome if I've been trying to do some Blue Mage. Like, I believe that time when I did Blue Mage, like, Moogle Tomes on stream, I just had, like, a Blue Mage that hardly had any spells in my party at one time. So it's not so bad. It's just that there are some elitists. That's the case in all content, and if the particular kind of content that you're doing is particularly niche, there might only be the elitists. I think everyone ignored me. I have to run now. I couldn't see anyone hit me, at least. That was really genius. Wow. The summoner saw that he had whooped it up and quickly snared me, so I couldn't use my limit break. I could have used Purify, but I completely forgot to use it. I was so surprised that that my ruse didn't work, that I forgot to do it. That was genius. Raziel says I already did all the carnival and all I wanted, so I didn't like taking the spell. Weaving my comment while fighting Nidhogg, by the way. I respect it. Don't die. Make sure to look at your screen often enough that you don't stand in a telegraph. I speak from experience. But yeah, the number 87 is just like a random earth damage AoE, I believe. I believe you get it from Saint Morcane's Arboretum or something like that. Something like that. I can't remember if it's normal or hard, but something like that. But you don't need it. You don't. There's nothing you need it for. The only reason you would want it is to have it for the collection, and I believe to get Matra magic, you need like almost all other spells. Almost all other spells, and well, if you need almost all other spells, 87 isn't the hardest one to get. I believe you can solo it. I'm pretty sure you can solo it. And if you can solo it, then it's mostly a matter of deciding to do it. Are we making a little bit of a comeback here? I don't know how, but it seems like we are. Maybe both of the enemies are too focused on fighting each other. What's gonna happen is that we're gonna have no battle high on our team, and then the enemies are just gonna roll over us when they're done fighting with each other. I've seen this before. It is the hard Arboretum one. I'll get it for collection one day. One day. Fair enough. If you don't mind having that empty spot in your collection, then no one's gonna come knocking on your door telling you to get it. No one else can see it anyway. I don't think I've ever used that spell. Ever. So I can totally understand why you wouldn't really care to get it. Totally understand that. Here it comes. Can we trick some people? I don't think we can. Ah, someone actually did get tricked, but I saw it far too late for it to be useful. I feel like I haven't been able to really participate in a good fight this entire instance of Frontline. A little bit of a shame. But we were bound to have a bad one eventually. Can't win them all. Although this is a... particularly painful that we're like we need to get 50% more points to just catch up. Which means that we're basically spending the whole match just chasing points and not really fighting anything, which doesn't make it better. We don't need to just gather points, we need to steal points from the enemies to prolong the match so that we just have a chance to catch up. I got an assist from somewhere. I think we need to skedaddle before all of the enemies respawn on us. And we can see that we actually have a Battle High 5 player, at least one. Maybe there's a chance. If we can hold these 3 spots for long enough, we might be able to catch up. Now, enemies, fight with each other and waste your time and your points so that we can catch up. Please? I think part of the thing that went wrong is that in this match we don't have anyone calling the shots at all. We're like, if we manage to get second place, it's entirely based on the hive mind that is each individual player choosing to teamwork by sheer coincidence and nothing else. There it happened again. Didn't have enough damage to kill the person I had targeted. These whoopsies are... I think my whoopsies are losing oomph. Kai's whoopsie arm is getting tired. Which is a sad day to be a samurai, if you can't even San Tetsuken correctly. Yeah, we're probably not gonna reach second place. There's simply it's too hard to steal the points from yellow and blue. Welcome back, Pokeshack. You fortunately, I would say, missed another failed whoopsie. I think the reason why I'm missing them is because normally in matches, by the time I'm getting more of those, I have enough battle high that I can kill them through whatever shields they have. But this match I haven't gotten anything. So, I just couldn't. But hey. Doesn't matter. Look at this, guys. Got a mount. Worth? Pretty sure it is. Now we need to see it. Let's see the dragon. Because at least you reach more than 1,000. I had a third place without even reaching 500 in a super uncoordinated game. Yeah, and that's also what I sort of recognized, was that this was the match where no one was calling the shots, while all of the previous matches there was someone calling the shots. Bad or good, we're at least agreeing. I feel like I made the mistake of teleporting to somewhere where we can't fly. Oh yeah, the cutscene. Let's see that. Let me just see see how this looks in flight. I mean, that's sort of what I expected. Is this the first time we've is this the first time we've gotten this type of mount? Yeah, it's straight up a normal dragon. I feel like we should have gotten this at some point, but I don't think we have. Maybe PvP has rewarded, awarded this for a season, like ranked seasons previously. Let me just switch my UI to my non-PvP one. It looks a little strange with my buffs overlapping with my gauges. It looks nice, but I just feel like it's weird that we haven't had a dragon previously. And yeah, exactly, Rallo. Let's go! We got a mount! We got a mount. Unlike the mount farming stream, where I personally got not a single mount. Not a one. I had all of the mounts we farmed except the Titania one, but I was the only person that didn't get it. So on the mount farm we get no mounts. On the PvP stream we get a mount. I don't know, man. Bit weird. Let me just check. It was Ufiti. I don't think I have it. No, I don't have it. The next Sunday, the next time. Yeah, eventually. It's hard to say. I don't know when we'll plan a mount farm again. I know that some people in the free company will have a lot harder of a time coming in the future. But we'll see. Hey, who knows? Maybe Raziel will be on at that day and then he could join. Since he is on an EU server. That was the original intent. The only reason why it becomes a free company mount farm is because there's no one in the stream that can join. As far as I know, anyway. I don't think anyone has tuned in that I didn't know wasn't in EU. One day we'll have our global mount farm, and that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun. Right, the Blue Mage thing. Now we have to see it. It's really funny. At least the way Pokeshak explained it. This is also an excellent time to think about if there's anything you would like to talk about here at the end of the stream, because I don't think I'm gonna queue for more PvP. It's getting a little late, so I think we're just gonna hang out for a bit. Let's see. I guess I should probably switch to Blue Mage. Don't think it matters that much, but would it be under Disciple of Magic? Apparently not. Apparently not. Disciple of Magic jobs. There it is. I guess the quest name matches? Are you sure it's the very first cutscene? This is the first one, but it makes sense, Pokeshak, because you need a level 50 to take the first quest. Do unlock blue in a level 50 dungeon? Oh, okay, level 50 quest, yeah. I'm pretty sure it sounds correct. Let's just try and see what this cutscene is. I'm guessing I'm gonna show up in my current equipment, though. Not the first, it's the second. Well, now we're seeing this. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. The name's Martin, and today I present to you a wonder of the new world. I call it Blue Magic. Beyond the Indigo Deep live the Valaki, who have their own unique brand of spellcasting. Like black and white magic, it draws on ether from our surroundings, but that's where the similarities end, my friends. I'm sure you've all seen wild creatures lashing out with fire, ice, and what have you. It's a form of self-defense, see, but it's still magic. The Valaki discovered how to harness ether in the same way and wield the forces of nature. But how? I hear you cry. It's simple. You have to attune your mind to the instincts of the beast. When a creature is driven to attack, you can see into its soul. When you overcome it in battle, you absorb some of its ether and make its power your own. Of course, it's not as easy as picking fights with the local wildlife, but my Valaki mentors taught me well, and now it's my turn to teach you. Behold, the power of blue magic. What spell does he cast? He casts... Mind Blast. And... 1,000 Needles. And... Glower. Isn't that the 3 spells you're forced to cast? Or learn to cast through his few starting quests? By the 12, did you see that? Yeah, I know, right? He cast Glower. I thought you'd be impressed. Now, before anyone asks why it's called blue magic, let me tell you, for the Valaki, this color holds special meaning. Sacred, even. And seeing as this ain't white or black, it seemed like the perfect fit. I suppose you're all also wondering what you need to become a blue mage like me. Well, for starters, you'll want one of these candies. Just shove it in your mouth. And don't forget a specially designed outfit for the meal, like for the dinner where you eat said soul crystal candy to help you look the part. I'll even throw in one of these spell books, personally penned by yours truly, containing everything you need to know about learning blue magic. I've got enough for all of you, but you'd better snap them up before it's too late. Are you lot really that dense? Can't you see he's playing you for fools? Drive the beast to attack? More like run headlong into battle with only a silly blue costume for protection. Of course, no one can claim it's fraud when they're at the bottom of some creature's belly. We feast on your flesh, smooth skins. Your gods cannot save you now. All of you, stand back, stay back. Aqua Breath. And... Missile. AoE missile, apparently. Not sure what that was. I'm guessing it was Flying Frenzy? No more! Please spare us! And those are also his friends. They never stood a chance! Bugger all this swords and shields nonsense. I'm giving blue magic a try. It's a little funny that he casts he casts missile on an AoE situation. There's definitely something fishy going on here, and the arrival of those Mamulja was a little too timely for my liking. Come on, let's see where he goes next. Yes, don't mind me in a Blue Mage costume. That's why it's pink, you see. I'm totally not a Blue Mage. Totally not. Raziel says, fun fact, Martin can be seen at the event in Gridania, trying to look at the costumes for spells. Ah, that's interesting. So, Pokejack, you said it's the second one, right? We'll try the second one. This looks promising. Sort of. Are you sure it's this one?
Martin, you say you'll be less violent this time, but that was very violent indeed.
It all adds to the realism, and you lads did a great job. Your gods cannot save you now. Nice improvisation. That one bloke damn near shot himself. I think we've seen enough. Hold it right there. I'm placing you under arrest on charges of fraud. Oh? Fraud? This is all a big misunderstanding. You can't pull the wool over my eyes. The game's up, and the same goes for you two. I knew you were in cahoots from the very beginning, and as for those crystals, I'm about as convinced by them as I was by your acting. Say what you will about our sales technique, but there's nothing dodgy with the merchandise. I'll have you know I poured my heart and soul into those crystals, and the spellbooks explain how to learn the magic. It ain't my fault if the buyers can't be asked to read them. And if you're thinking about clapping me in irons over the outfits not providing enough protection, I can assure you they were tailored especially with the needs of a Blue Mage in mind. I'll admit, I had to cut a few corners to keep the cost down, but still. It all boils down to whether the soul crystals are genuine or not. I know it's a lot to ask, but would you try this blue magic of his? No. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think I will. As a matter of fact, I don't think I will. I don't want to try it. I already have. Come on, miss. Don't be shy. Once you've learned your first spell, you'll know I ain't pulling your leg. I'll even let you borrow one of the outfits. I have one of your outfits. I've painted it. Nice logo. Nice hat. I'm missing my glasses. The top hat worked because the mask blocks from the fact that I don't have glasses. Oh yes, very fetching. Well, you've been getting changed. Latulia and Gahilia have been luring over a nice cooperative baby kraken to teach you water cannon. The bait's been laid, so one should turn up at any moment now. Oops. Run away! Run away! That's a bit on the big side, lads. Not to worry, all you have to do is give it a few licks with the patented blue magic focus, or stick if you prefer, and our tentacled friend will return the favor by firing possibly quite painful jets of water at you. Oh, and try not to die. Take this! Ow! Take this! Take this! Ow. This is sort of pathetic. did it! You know, I think there might be a genuine chance if you waited long enough between like progressing cutscenes that the time of day might change between loading cutscenes, so you could make it seem like it was like morning when the battle starts, and then when it fades out and in again, it's night. I think it's possible. I'm not entirely sure when it checks checks the weather again during a cutscene. Impressive. After that little escapade, you should be able to fire your very own water cannon. By the by, you don't, strictly speaking, need to be struck by the magic you're trying to learn, but that'll probably happen whether you want it to or not. In some cases, repeatedly. As long as you're the one the beast's after, its power should be yours, assuming you can defeat it. You see, this is what most people don't realize about becoming a Blue Mage. When you start out, you're like a blank slate. It takes a fair amount of bravery, like a lancer, to stare these creatures down and look into their souls. It's a shame that not all of my customers have your determination, but that's hardly grounds for calling me a fraud. You don't think he's telling the truth, do you? I literally can cast water cannon. Now that's settled, I'll be having my wares back if you don't mind. That was excellent. Mail says, now we just need to hear your character's voice. I don't have a lot of opportunities to voice my character, and usually I'm too busy being caught up in trying to say something funny, rather than make a voice. So it's usually just me saying something. And also, Mail says, two things are an absolute requirement to glamour as a blue mage. Primarily blue gear. Oh. Oops. And the mask. Oh, okay. Whew. Okay, 50% correct. Almost got it. Can't help you on the blue stuff. I don't wear not pink. You see. I just can't. I try to put it on and it just, it just falls off. Don't know why. Just can't. Has to be pink. You're the pink mage, exactly. You see, this is pink mage. This is pink mage. This is pink mage. This is also pink mage. And this is pink mage. No, that's paladin. Almost. And this is pink mage. No, that's samurai. Half pink mage. Anyway, is there anything else you guys want to talk about before we round off the stream? Then I still have time. Yes. The one thing I also want to say is that I have a feeling that more people were in, like, I'm guessing, not sure, that more people decided to come to this stream because Frontline is more relatable than Crystalline Conflict. So it's more, there's a better chance that people can follow along. Also, it's not even ranked, it's something everyone can safely do. It's my guess. And if that is the case, then I'm glad that some people felt a little bit if that some people found it fun to watch just good old regular Frontline. Because I wasn't sure if it was something that a lot of people would want to see. It's not the... I don't know if it's the most exhilarating type of content. I don't know. Pokecheck. Let me just, I see it's a little bit of a long question. I'll take that after. Thank you, Mail. And Raziel says, I do like to hear your streams. It's quite relaxing and interesting at the same time. I'm glad to hear that. That's very nice. Yeah, you don't have to talk in the stream to be part of it. I'm just glad people are here. So I do stream like a few times every week. So but most of the time this week is going to be on Saturday. And Rallo says, I'm still waiting for you to get parts for voice acting. I don't even know where I would start. And Pokeshek says, I'm here to bother Kai. No, you don't bother me. Pokeshek says, can you show me the opener and rotation of the Samurai and the Black Mage? Because I had a mistake all this time with the Black Mage when I confused the opener with the rotation of level 60. I don't even know if I really know the opener for Samurai. Give me just a second. See if I can do it. And just in case people are wondering about the damage numbers, my Samurai gear is a little outdated. A little bit. Let's see. It's gonna be a little difficult, but I will endeavor to get it. I think I missed the positional there. And there you go. I did not expect to get that right in the first try, but apparently I did. I'm pretty sure the only mistake I made was that I messed up the one positional. And Mail says, have you attempted the new Criterion dungeons? I have not tried the Criterion dungeons, but I have spent a significant amount of time in the variant dungeons. Given that I have the mount from their Silky. But I might try the Criterion dungeons. The primary issue with me being able to try it is that I have a little bit of trouble finding a group of people to do it with. The difficulty of the content makes it problematic for the majority of my free company to be able to beat it, I would say. Like, I'm not saying that we can't, I'm just saying that a lot of people would find it very stressful. So I wouldn't want to subject them to that. So I don't know when I'll try the new Criterion dungeons, but I'll might try it, and if it goes kind of well, then I might stream more tries in the future. But I haven't tried yet. Rallo says, are you heading into a new direction of content since your recent video was different than the usual, since now you nearly covered everything in the game? Well, I have a list of job guides that are too outdated, where I'm not sure how good it would be to depend on them. For example, incidentally, my high-level samurai guide, because Kaiten doesn't exist, so I have thought about remaking some of those. But the main stuff that I make is I want the content that I make to be something that people learn from. Like my recent video on jobs being viable is intended to be like a little bit of a companion to the fact that I've made a video on how much damage you need to be able to perform to be a Savage Raider. Then I've made a video on the subject that some jobs are weaker, and why that is. And then I've made a video on the fact that even if there are jobs that are weaker, it doesn't matter because they're still viable. So it's like almost like a set. Like I felt like after making a video saying that these jobs are bad, it was only the right thing to follow up and say, but that's okay. I want to make videos that people find helpful and entertaining. But I will still try to make guides when there's something to make a guide about. But as you said, Rallo, I've covered a lot of things in the game, because many of my guides are very complete in a way. Like, some people make a video about 10 UI settings to make your gameplay better. I make a video about every single game setting that I know can make your gameplay better. All of them. There's no reason to make 2 videos when it can be in one, right? So I can see what you mean, Rallo, but I'll try to keep making guides and content as long as I can. And if you see that my videos go more into like rankings or comparisons or just entertainment, it's probably because people like to watch it, find it funny, find it interesting, you learn something new. I want to say my video on the ridiculous opener of Paladin has taught me a lot, because it caused a lot of people to talk about openers and rotations that I didn't know, like facts about jobs that I didn't know. And the same applies for the monk rotation, the weird monk rotation. There's also people adding some really weird rotations that they have seen or had to deal with over the years. And in the same way, my mage comparison video prompted people to add some extra detail to some of the ways. Like, for instance, there was someone that wrote a very detailed explanation of why they believed that I maybe had underestimated the difficulty of mastering Red Mage, because there's a lot of minute details that maybe I hadn't considered. And I will admit that there were some of those that I hadn't considered. You have to remember, I'm not the best player in the game. I would say I'm a good player, but I care a lot more about teaching the game than being the best at it. Which means that as I don't main many of the jobs that I make guides for, I don't know everything about the job. I know a lot about it. That's also why, for example, that with the Black Mage and the Monk guides, I show what I do know and then suggest you can, like, there's so much more to learn beyond what I know. So don't assume that you've learned everything by just seeing this one guide. I hope that doesn't discourage you to hear that I don't know everything. But it's better to be honest about it. And I think it's better to have a guide that teaches you what you need to know to master the job yourself than me telling you, just do this and don't think. That's why my guides tend to be a little long sometimes and a little excessively detailed, because if you don't understand why we're doing something, then you will not be able to understand how to plan it yourself. You, like, if something changes about the job in any significant way, then you won't be able to make the solution, like fix the small changes yourself, because I only told you how to do it. I don't told you why to do it. It's a complicated thing to teach someone to fish instead of handing them a fish. But that's what I want to do. You might disagree. Some people might disagree and say that's not what I'm doing, but I'm trying to teach the jobs in a way where you understand why you're doing things instead of just what you're doing. And Raziel says, I don't know why exactly I like your guys more than the others, but it feels so simple to read and learn, plus and clearly see it as a base to work every job around and explain it to my friends in need. Exactly. That's a really good way to put it. If you understand how a job works, then you would be able to explain it to someone else. And Raziel says, and that part of I need to know why I'm doing this and that is the most important point to my way of doing things in games, and in real life too. Not knowing feels frustrating and makes you probably do worse. Yes, probably. And that's the thing, is that if you learned how to do, I don't know, the paladin rotation, it's extremely specific. You have to just do a specific sequence. If the boss moves out of range, if you just know the rotation, then the best you can do is to just, you know, try to close the gap and continue the rotation from where you left off. If you understand why the rotation works, then there's a better chance that you'll go, okay, it's fine, I'll just skip an atonement. It's okay, I'll catch up. I'll just skip an atonement, doesn't matter. I'll lose a little bit there, but I have to skip something, and I know atonement is skippable. And I do believe I mentioned that somewhere in the guide. Not as in atonement is skippable, but that there is a rotation where you, like, get a little creative with atonement uses. And that's also a good point, that I think that the Paladin guide could also use a little bit of a shine up, because all of the buffs Paladin has received to their magic burst means that their opener and rotation is more heavily weighted towards the magic portion, whereas my guide, I believe, says start with the physical side, which is not incorrect. That is still a way to do it. But there are ways to incorporate the magic burst into your opener. Exactly, Pokeshack. Yeah, that's the thing also, like, I can't remember everything that I've said in my guides. That's also why when you say, can you show me the samurai opener? I'm like, well, the samurai opener has changed since I made my guide. And I haven't played samurai that much since, so I wasn't sure if I could do it. But I think I got it right here. It's easier than it was before, back when we had Kaiten. Yeah, just to properly conclude on what Ralu asked, I'm not planning to go in a different direction. Like, I'm making Final Fantasy XIV content, and the main plan is to say something where when you go away, like when you have watched my video, you feel like you've learned something. Sometimes it is more vague what you've learned. Like, for instance, in my mage comparison video, it is a little more, that one's a little bit more entertainment than a guide, but it still teaches you some things about the differences between the jobs and how they interact. And if there's something, that's something I can say. If you want to learn something about these mages, try and read the comments on that video, because there's a treasure trove of people that have just listed all sorts of information on Black Mage and Red Mage specifically. And the only way to get people to speak out about this is to make a video about the subject, so they can go, I think you forgot something. That's not a bad thing. Because that's why my video starts that way. Tell me if you think I missed something. And also, I believe Pokeshack asked for a demonstration of the Black Mage rotation. I think my spell speed might be a little low. So it might not be that easy. Let's see what I can manage. Is there a specific thing you don't understand about the Black Mage opener, Pokeshack? Rachel says, as a caster enjoyer, I like to add some extra flair to my playstyle. How about 4 flares? Specifically 4 is where I prefer to go. Back to back and all instant. Let me just give Pokeshack a moment. You said you had some problems with Black Mage, so I want to know, is there something specific you're thinking of? Always having my 800 MP potions full, precisely. I think that's what I've added in my Black Mage guide. I specifically point out Mega Ethers because less MP will not work and more MP is redundant. Like, you need to get like 2,400 MP potions before there's any point to drinking a bigger one. Otherwise, you might as well not. See, Pokeshack says, I think you initiate with Blizzard and Thunder, but I see the guide the other day and I see that I'm seeing rotation all this time. Opener begins with Fire 4 and Thunder. No, so the way that the proper opener begins is a little wild. So one thing you need to keep in mind, Pokeshack, is if you're doing a dungeon, what's gonna happen is you're gonna, you know, run up to the first pack and then you're gonna do like, I don't know, like sharp cast and then quickly like throw out a thunder so that you have that. You might do that. I'm not saying that you will, but you might do that. Then you might, you know, swift cast to get like Blizzard out and then freeze. And if you then need to catch up, you know, throw another thunder. But the thing is, and this is the real magic behind it, is that because now you have this, you already have 3 ice and 3 umbral hearts. Because you already have it. It means that when you finally run up to the boss, the first thing you're doing is going Fire 3. Because you already have that going for you. So, that's typically what happens. If you're in the open world, there's also a very high chance that you open with ice just to get it rolling, but you don't need to. You can also open with fire because you have some MP. It's very open. But if you are in a Savage raid team or in a raid where you have a proper pull timer, or you can see approximately when the tank is going to pull the boss, then you can get away with way wilder openers. In particular, the proper, standard Black Mage opener uses sharp cast like 12 seconds in advance. Let me just reset my resources like this. I will probably mess this up, but let's see if I can do it. We do sharp cast and then we wait until that says 21, and then we do Fire 3. And then Thunder 3, because then we have the damage buff from doing that. And then we triple cast doing a incorrect weave. And then here. And then I did these late. And then this. So we basically just spent all the mana that we could possibly spend. And then we just front load all of the biggest damage attacks that we have in our arsenal. And then we switch back again. If you had a fire starter from, there's a lot of gimmicks you can do with Black. Well, actually, that's not a gimmick. That's a genuine DPS increase. But like, if you go into, like, if you can see, we have a Fire 3 ready right now to use. Instead of using it as we're leaving, we keep it. And then we reapply Thunder, but because I feel like it. And then we do Paradox, Transpose, and then we do Fire 3 here so that it does more damage. Anyway, that's not really part of the opener. But yeah, it's the reason why the reason why we do the bad weave is simply because, if you noticed, I was a little slow because I weaved amplifier and ley lines a little late, so my ley lines sort of clipped just barely. My spell speed isn't really high, but it's not bad. Because it is at where it is, I could get away with it, but the reason why we do triple cast is because using triple cast on an improper weave like this costs you half a second, approximately, closer to 0.6 seconds, right? 0.6 seconds, but instant casting Fire 4 saves you, in my case, 0.28 seconds, and I'm going to be instant casting 3 of them now, because I made this sacrifice. Which means, despite incorrectly weaving triple cast, it results in me saving about 0.3 seconds. It's extremely small, but here's the proper reason. You need to weave something to get started. You need to weave something, either swiftcast or triplecast. You need to weave something, because while you're using Fire Force, which is the primary spell you're casting during your opener, you will not have space to weave anything at all. And you're going to be casting Fire Force until you use Despair, which means that you have to weave something. So what you do is, you, as early as you can, you incorrectly weave triple cast, such that you are spamming instant spells for the rest of your opener, so that the rest of your spells are not impeded by the fact that you're casting spells. You see, to get that last Fire 4 Despair at the end of the burst opener, you need to use Mana Font. You need to weave that. You need to weave Amplifier, you need to weave ley lines, you need to weave all these things, and ley lines also saves you an enormous amount of time, but you can't weave any of these things if you don't weave something first. So the best argument is, well, if you need to weave something, why don't you just triple cast before the fight starts? Now, the reason for that is if you weave triple cast, then you have to wait until the tank pulls to cast Fire 3, which costs you 2.5 seconds, which is more than half a second. And also, now you're wasting a triple cast charge on Fire 3, which you had infinite amounts of time to precast. And you're also wasting it on Thunder 3, which is short cast, like it's only 2.4 seconds rather than Fire 4, where you would have a DPS gain from instant casting it. So there's a bunch of reasons why you wouldn't want to triple cast prematurely, but I understand why it feels really awkward to triple cast in the middle of the opener, where you're... Everything I've taught you, Pokeshack, if you've just watched my guides, everything I've taught you makes alarm bells blare in your head going, this is an incorrect opener. You're clipping your GCD. What are you doing? So I totally understand why you're confused by it, but it is correct. It's supposed to work like this. See, Rollo says, are you excited about the Dragoon, Astro, and Paladin reworks? I am. I didn't know Paladin also was expecting a rework. I am excited, but I'm not sure what they're gonna do. I would actually be a little bit disappointed if they rework Paladin too much, because the only the only downside Paladin has right now is that their magic burst ends on a dot that doesn't stack with their other dots, namely Goring Blade, and their physical burst starts and ends with a dot. So the only reason why the Paladin's burst doesn't really function well with the 2-minute burst rotation that most other jobs are like molded into these days is because the Paladin wants, like, they want to do Goring Blade at the start. but they specifically want to do a fight or flight it Goring Blade because they can't do the magic burst and then just go into fight or flight. They need the downtime to happen after the magic burst, and the only way to fix that is to either do physical burst first, or, well, if you've seen my short on the ridiculous opener, you use fight or flight, act as if you're doing your physical opener, and just stand there for 18 seconds. And then you finish it up correctly. And that way you get your rotation correctly adjusted to all other raid cooldowns by just standing there for 18 seconds. The alternative is to just skip it entirely and just do 1, 2, 3, place your dot, and then do the magic burst, and then do the downtime as if fight or flight was on cooldown, and then just use it at the correct time. That is an alternative solution. But it feels almost worse than just standing there with fight or flight ticking. So I would be sad if they reworked Paladin just because of that. Because I like the way Paladin is, but I'm not an authority on that subject, given that I'm not a Paladin main. If the Paladin mains don't like it, then they should change something, but I'm pretty sure the Paladin mains like it. Pokeshek says, until now I started the fights with Blizzard 3 Thunder, so Blizzard 3 Thunder, Blizzard 4, and then Fire 3 Weaving Triple Cast, and then the other things. That is a perfectly fine opener. I can't remember if I have that anywhere in the guide. If I do, I'm pretty sure it's labeled as like a simple guide, like a simple opener, because I realized that the quote-unquote proper or standard opener is extremely complicated. But in most content, I would probably just, as a Black Mage, cast Blizzard 3, Thunder 3, Blizzard 4, and then go from there, because it's a much easier opener. Now, the main reason that you want to do this crazy opener where you use every single cooldown that you have is because when you start, you do Fire 3 at 0 seconds, and then you do Thunder 3 at about 2.5, 2.4 seconds-ish, and then you do Triple Cast, which means that around 3 seconds in, you cast Fire 4, then 5.5 seconds in, you cast Fire 4, and then 8 seconds in, which is approximately where you use Amplify and Ley Lines, raid cooldowns come out, which I talk about in my guide on why raiders delay their opener burst. Because most jobs plan around using their raid cooldowns 7-ish seconds into the fight. And that means that by the time your ley lines are down, you have raid cooldowns, so you need to cram as much damage into that burst as you possibly can. That's also why when you switch to the ice mode, you front load your burst by doing Xenoglossy and Paradox first, because it does more damage on the off chance that some of your cooldowns are about to run out. But if you're in a dungeon or you're in a normal raid or whatever, the chance that there's going to be raid cooldowns and whether they're going to come out at the time you expect them to are really slim. So you can pretty much assume that they're not. Then the only reason you're doing your burst in that insane way that the proper opener is because it means that you get, more fire spells out, which is still more DPS than not doing that. But if you already have 3 Umbral Hearts and you already have Thunder ready to go with Thundercloud and all of that stuff, then if you're not sure whether you're going to need Triple Cast and Swift Cast for movement later, you might prefer to just play more carefully, use Fire 3 and then just casually spam out Fire 4s as you normally would, and then save your instant casts for when you really need it. You don't need to go this hard outside of Savage Raiding. And even in Savage Raiding, you're probably only going this hard when you have mastered the boss fight, I think. When you know whether you need that triple cast for later. And Pokeshak says... Oh wait, hey Margoto, how are you doing? And Pokeshak says, another problem is that having the Thunder proc makes my hand itchy and I want to use it because normally I use them instantly with the Ice Opener. Yeah, so the Thundercloud proc changes role in your rotation as you increase in level. In the first many levels, Thundercloud procs are a massive DPS gain. Just to throw the Thunder spell itself does a massive amount of damage, so you won't do that. At max level, the main reason to throw your Thundercloud proc is either you need to move, so you need to fill with an instant spell. Thunder's instant when you have Thundercloud, so you can use that. Or option 2, Thundercloud is about to run out, which of course implies that you're not casting Thundercloud because you procced it. You're casting it because you're about to lose the opportunity to cast it in the first place. And 3, Thunder 3 is about to run out on your target. Now, these two things are sort of at odds with each other because Thunder 3 only lasts 30 seconds, but Thundercloud lasts 40 seconds. So you're never going to be in a situation where Thundercloud is about to run out unless Thunder 3 already ran out. The reason why people... like some black mages choose to just reapply Thunder in the ice mode consistently is because to reapply Thunder 3 perfectly optimally, you know, as few times as you have to, it means that the Thunder 3 cast will drift between the ice and fire mode randomly. Like, your first application of Thunder 3 is going to be in your opener if you're doing the optimal opener. The second one is happening at the tail end, like just before you switch back to fire. Which means that at that point, you cast Thunder 3 right after entering fire, then you cast Thunder 3 just before entering fire. Which means there's a good chance your next Thunder 3 is going to happen at the start of your ice mode, and then the next one after that is going to happen somewhere during your fire mode. So it's really confusing. It's really confusing, so that's why some people just go, you know what, never mind, I'm just gonna apply Thunder every time I enter ice mode. It's gonna happen about every 30 seconds, it's fine. And some people will also then additionally reapply Thunder during fire mode if they get Thundercloud. That's fine. It's not perfectly optimized, but you don't need to be perfect. Not in most content. How are you doing, Makoto? And Pokeshak says, with that opener, the bad weaving, I feel like I'm very close to losing the Enochian when I cast fire at the end of the first triple cast. Correct. Correct. Exactly. That's why you need a rather high amount of spell speed. It makes it more reliable, a little easier to do, and, well, the reason why you're using the bad weaved triple cast is also because you need that extra time. You need to cast it that much faster for it to work. Pokeshak says, in summary, I Thundercloud only for moving and use Thundercloud when entering ice mode. You can. I'm just saying that if you want to perfectly optimize, you only use Thunder when the dot is about to run out, or your buff Thundercloud is about to run out. But if you're reapplying Thunder whenever Thunder is about to run out, then your Thundercloud will never run out naturally, because the duration on the buff is longer than the duration on the debuff. That's it. You can apply Thunder in the ice mode every time. I probably tend to do that myself when I'm just playing Black Mage for a little bit of fun. I just want to make sure that you understand that there's the little bit more complicated one. Good to hear, Makoto. I'm doing well. We had a lot of fun in Frontline, and now we're talking a little bit about Samurai and a lot about Black Mage. So we're having a good time. The stream started a little hectic. I don't know if you guys can see that the stream is supposed to start 10 minutes later than what I said. Because I had some internet issues at the start, so I had to recreate the stream. But it ended up doing it just fine after all. It also helped a little bit that Lowell was on the stream right on time, so we could be a little stressed out together. That's true, Pokeshack. That's fine. And you say you don't have the confidence to throw thunder when you're in fire mode. More easy for me to cast thunder after Blizzard 3. That's true. The way that I've normally done it is let's see. Let me just demonstrate what I mean when I'm doing my simple rotation. Is that I'll do Blizzard 3, and then we have Thunder 3. Now we have the Thundercloud proc because I forced it to happen. Then we switch into Fire mode, and then we do Fire 4 3 times, just 3, and nothing, no more than that. And then we do Paradox, and then Thundercloud. Now the thing is, you don't have the opportunity to sharpcast that. You literally can't sharpcast that one, because if you try to, you will sharpcast a Paradox instead. So the only opportunity you have to force the sharpcast is as you switch into Ice mode. So the best you can do there is like delay Thunder as much as you can, and if it doesn't happen, then it doesn't happen. And then you just switch in again. This is like my auto attack rotation with Black Mage. It's just like this. You can do it a lot more complex than that, and this is obviously not optimal. But it's not too draining to do it. So if you feel like Black Mage is really, really complicated, this is a way to make it a little more manageable for you. And that's also why I keep saying that you don't have to be perfect, because this is fine. This is good enough. And eventually, if you really, really love playing Black Mage, you'll become really good at it, and then this will be fine. You will learn to be more creative with it. Like, I think I've mentioned multiple times that Black Mages have some really, really complex transpose shenanigans and tricks up their sleeves. I don't know the vast majority of them, but if I mained Black Mage, I would probably figure out some of them myself, or choose to learn them. Yeah, the important thing is that you don't feel like you have to master the job to play it. I hope this talk demonstration of Black Mage makes you feel a little bit more confident in your Black Mage play, Pokeshack. And yeah, unfortunately, Margaret, once again you have caught a stream at the tail end, but I guess it's as usual, you just got home or something like that. I'm always at the end. I see. Well, we had a lot of fun in PvP, so I don't know how much you enjoy watching VODs, but you're always welcome to watch it after the fact. It's not the same as watching the stream. It's really hard for me to find a time where you would be able to reasonably catch it. Unfortunately. Raziel says, I'm curious about the Black Mage's possible lucid dreaming shenanigans you talked quickly about in your video, but I just remembered I need to wake up in 3 hours and got my dance to 80, so off to bed now. Good night, Raziel, and good luck tomorrow. Borgjack says, this rotation as an opener has been my biggest blow as a Black Mage, and it has been a low blow to the way I play all the jobs, but I'm going to get it. Thank you very much for the help and for the demonstration. You're welcome. So let's just very briefly talk about this lucid dreaming thing Raziel talked about just now. So you may have, if you were really paying attention when I just did my demonstration, you would have noticed right at the end I did a transpose trick with Firestarter, but I entered fire mode with 9,600 MP and not 10,000. If I had planned around it, if I had been a better Black Mage, I would have gone, oh, I can see that I won't get enough mana here. I won't have my proc in time, or my tick in time. I'll just use Lucid Dreaming, because as far as I recall, Lucid Dreaming ticks separately from your normal MP ticks. Which means that if you're in Ice mode, you're going to get your 6,200, I believe, MP every 3 seconds. But in certain scenarios, namely if you're hard casting a Thunder into using Paradox, into using Transpose, then if you have Lucid Dreaming up, there is a possibility that you could use your Thunder 3 Paradox and then wait until the very last moment, like absolutely the last moment of the late weave to transpose, and then you will still get the MP back that you spent on Thunder 3. It's a super specific scenario, but that's just one example of how Lucid Dreaming would work in Ice mode. I don't think I can demonstrate it because it's so specific, like I would need to time it. And I'm just not, I don't think I'm good enough at Black Mage to know that in time. The good news are that if you have a feeling that you might need it, which you probably will if you're going to do a transpose shenanigans trick, is you will know that you're going to use transpose as you're switching into Ice mode. You know that you have the Firestarter proc, you already know that. So you know that you're going to be doing your transpose trick because you didn't use Fire 3 before you left. So, as you're using Blizzard 3, you can use Lucid Dreaming. It's going to last your entire Ice mode anyway, so that doesn't matter. Then if you want to use Sharpcast, you can use Xenoglossy and then Sharpcast. And then you can use Blizzard 4 or Thunder 3. But at some point you're going to use Thunder 3, and then at some point you're going to use Paradox, and then at some point you're going to use Transpose. And if you don't have 10,000 mana when you're going to use Transpose, you can delay the late weave as much as you possibly can, which means that that the timer had, like the clock, it goes around this way, it has to point to here. Well, on these, it has to point to here, and then you use Transpose. Then it could work. It's so specific. It's so specific, but it's worth learning, and it's just one example. And Pokesix says, oh yeah, I remember a proc transpose rotation opener you mentioned in the guide. I see that and say, oh no, nope, not doing that one, bro. That's fair. There's also the infinite paradox rotation. I saw it. I don't know if I've shown it on stream before. I don't think I can do it, but let's check out a picture, right? Here we are. So, you Sharpcast, use Blizzard 3, triple cast. Note, Bad Weave triple cast. It's the Bad Weave triple cast, and then use Blizzard 4, because now you have 3 Umbral Hearts. When you transpose, you get the Paradox because you have 3 Umbral Hearts. Then use Amplifier Paradox, which is instant. So you go Sharpcast, Hardcast Blizzard 3, and that's your like before opener. Like so, Blizzard 3, that's how the battle starts. Then you triple cast Blizzard 4, which is instant. transpose, amplifier, paradox, which is instant from triple cast, sharp cast, despair, which is instant because of triple cast, and then you transpose paradox, which is instant because it's an ice mode paradox, and then you use fire 3 from your paradoxed sharp cast in your up here in the start to switch back to fire, and then you transpose again to switch back to ice, which means that you can use paradox, which will be instant. And then for some reason, I'm not sure why, you use Umbral Soul to get an Umbral Heart because you spent one on your paradox in your fire state earlier. And that's instant, so you can triple cast, transpose, paradox, sharp cast, and that's instant because of triple cast. Remember, we're in fire now, so we're triple casting the paradox, and then you sharp cast again. And remember, this sharp cast up here, I hope you can see my mouse. Okay, you can. This sharp cast was spent on this paradox. No, wait, this paradox below it, because that was the fire state paradox. And then you sharp cast again, despair, instant from triple cast, mana font, despair again. I don't know why you don't use fire 4 there, but I think it's part of the meme. And that's also instant because of the triple cast. And then you transpose to do the ice paradox again, and then you use the fire starter fire 3 and transpose to do ice paradox again, which is instant, so you can swift cast Umbral Soul, sharp cast again. Anyway, it gets really convoluted when you get down here, where we start using Xenoglossy and Scathe. I think because we run out of sharp casts to make that magic happen. The weird part is that I found information that suggests that the infinite paradox rotation is viable in the scenario where you need to move so much that you can't stand still, because as you noticed, the only hard-casted spell in that rotation was Blizzard 3 at the very start. Everything else is instant. So that Black Mage is just like running around, having a grand old time, and you're there like, aren't you supposed to be standing still in your ley lines or something? I'm pretty sure I read that somewhere. And the Black Mage is just like, no, man, I'm a ranged physical now. And that's a very specific scenario, and the reason why it's viable is because it's not that much of a DPS loss. I think it was like 4%. And now remember, the Dragon Kick rotation was like 3% or less. The difference is that this rotation is actually useful for something. And Rallo says, will you ever sing? I don't know. I think maybe I have occasionally had a little bit of a tone on stream, but I don't sing much because I don't think I'm good at it. But hey, when I'm in a good mood, allegedly, I have previously been referred to as the singing raid leader, and there's a reason for that, probably. So maybe one day, Ralu. I think the main problem is that my best inspiration for singing stuff is to use rhythms, or, you know, use rhythms from songs I know, or actually sing songs I know, and both of these things are off the table because this is a live stream or a YouTube video, and if I do that, I'm gonna get, you know, the big bonk with a hammer from YouTube because I don't have the right to do that, which is why I don't do that. But if I have the inspiration to sing something unique or something based on a Final Fantasy song which I can legally sing to, then I'll do that, possibly. Pokeshik says, I don't know what ley lines is. My new friend is Transpose. I hated Transpose for various reasons when I was Black Mage below level 35, so if I can avoid using it, I'll avoid it. The whoopsie to the channel, exactly. YouTube will Santetsuken me. And no one wants that. Exactly. That's also really hard. And that's not really singing, that's not just about talking fast. I don't know. Yeah, I understand that, Pokeshack, that you'd want to avoid using Transpose. It's not easy to do those shenanigans at max level, and it's also really, really strange, these, like, tricks with Firestarter. Like, if you if you just think about it intuitively, you're like, well, of course I would use Fire 3 in Fire, like in my Astral Fire 3 state. It makes it do 80% more damage, which is more than 40% more damage. But the reason that people found out that this Transpose shenanigans is worth it is because you're trading casting two separate Fire 3s. Two Fire 3s. Where one does 80% damage, I believe. No, 70% damage. And the other one does 180% damage, which averages to about 125%, I believe. You're trading that for one Fire 3 that does 140% damage. Now, the reason why that's better is because you're saving about 2.5 seconds of time. Which is the more valuable part, because Fire 4 does more damage. And if you save a GCD's worth, there's a chance that you can do another Fire 4. Then affirmative, no Amaro for me, and I leave the Black Mage at level 72. Oh. Well, you don't have to do the Transposed shenanigans. You don't have to do them. That's why I said, I told you about my auto attack rotation. The Transpose stuff is optional. And Raulo says, when was the last time you played WoW? Let's see. It was the last time I played World of Warcraft was after the Eternal Palace was released in Battle for Azeroth, and before whatever came after that. I think I did it like... That must have been over 2 years ago at this point. I gave it like a month because a close friend of mine insisted that it was good. And ultimately I didn't enjoy it. As I recall, he also realized that it wasn't as fun and started playing even less after I had passed through. But yeah, that was the last time I played World of Warcraft. Was in like mid Battle for Azeroth. I did enjoy most of Legion though. Margoto says, I bought 1 month when Wrath of the Lich King Classic went live. Oh yeah? Oh right. Did WoW Classic come out? That came out after a lot of BFA, didn't it? Because I did play Classic, like vanilla World of Warcraft Classic. I played that to level 60 on a warrior and then quit. I played some other classes just for the fun of it. But I only managed to get warrior to level 60 and then I kind of got burned out. Did you have fun with it? Wait, Wrath of the Lich King Classic went live really recently, didn't it? Like, really recently. Makoto says, Warrior on Classic sucks to level. It's not that bad. You see, what you do is you make a troll. And then you stack spirit. I was leveling at one point in Stranglethorn Vale with that close friend of mine. He was playing a hunter, but I was some levels ahead because I was no-lifing the game a bit more than he was. But because so much of my gear had spirit on it, I sat next to him, just breathing air and regening like twice the speed that he was eating food. Because I'd stacked spirit. Spirit is like the hidden cheat code for warrior leveling in Classic. The problems arise after level 50 because the level 50 plus gears kinda stops having spirit on it for some reason. My biggest hurdles were around level 58. And I just couldn't bring myself to do Blackrock depth farming, just being a cheerleader for mages, AoE grinding. It was so boring. So boring. You know, Makoto, when TBC came out, the first character I made then was a Draenei female as well. But I think I've been Horde more than I've been Alliance. I think. Not entirely certain. I might have been more Alliance, actually. Yeah, definitely been more Alliance, because I was Alliance for the majority of Vanilla, and then I was Horde for the majority of TBC and Wrath, and a large amount of Cataclysm, but then I was Alliance for the rest of Cataclysm and all of Mr. Pandaria, and technically all of Warlords of Draenor, but I didn't actually play most of Warlords of Draenor. And I was Alliance for most of Legion. And then right at the end I was trying some more Horde again. And in Battle for Azeroth I was also Horde. So I think for the majority I was Alliance. But I think what I've played the most, has been Human Death Knight and Pandaren Monk. All the shenanigans that Brewmaster could do. And then every time you found something really good, Blizzard nerfed it. It's such a shame with Brewmaster. So many fun things you could do, and then Blizzard nerfed it. The one thing that I have complained about where they removed Clash, which was like a half death grip, half charge, I have forgiven them for that, because apparently while it was a sort of niche tool in PvE, it was insanely broken in PvP. Fair enough. But all of the other things I'm a little mad about. Rallo says, do you have 2004 to 2006 WoW PvP videos? No. No. I didn't get to level 60 in original vanilla. I didn't even get to level 70 in original TBC. I was not very good at the game. Not at all. I didn't get to max level until Wrath of the Lich King, and I did it with a Death Knight. So you could argue that I got it a little bit handed to me. And Pokecheck says, next range DPS is the Explorer. Mark my words. I just made it up. Don't pay attention to me. Oh. Yeah, a little bit. You know, Makoto, my second max level was Paladin in Wrath of the Lich King, which was totally not even more broken. just run up to an enemy and they just dissipate in front of your eyes. I really like Paladin. It's just that over the years there's just other other classes that I've liked more. Like, here's the thing: if you've ever heard about the word called the concept of active mitigation, that originated with Death Knights, because Deathstrike was technically active mitigation, meaning that you actively had to participate in mitigating stuff instead of just clicking a cooldown. All of the other tanks then had to incorporate this concept. In some capacity, you could argue that Warrior already had it because they did have shield block, and Paladin did have Holy Shield, but it wasn't quite like that. It wasn't that active because the cooldown, like the length of the cooldowns, were pretty long or so short that it wasn't really active. It was more like just click it. Not a lot of thinking. And I would argue that Bloodwedding, Holy Sheltron, the Blackest Night, and Heart of Corundum is active mitigation. The problem is that active mitigation isn't really a word that we use in Final Fantasy XIV contexts, which is why I believe most of my guides call it your short cooldown defensive cooldown, or your defensive cooldown on a short cooldown, or something like that, because that's the closest you can explain, like the cooldown that is short. That one. You can't mistake that one. But I think the funny part about that is, while Paladin technically had Sheltron really early on, it was so specific that it wasn't really active mitigation, it was more like a super cooldown. Dark Knight had the Blackest Night first. They had the Blackest Night, their quote-unquote active mitigation, first, before all the other tanks. I'm just saying, I feel like there's a little bit of an overlap here. Death Knight got it first in World of Warcraft. Dark Knight got it first in Final Fantasy. Weird. Raul says, I call it the big boy shield. Okay, guys, I'm looking at the classes of different Final Fantasy games while I listen to you in the background, and I found a class called Party Host in Final Fantasy, the 4 Heroes of Light. I see. Party Host. Huh. Where's Intervene? Intervene? Do you mean as in World of Warcraft's Intervene? Or Paladin's Intervene? What is this? Did you play Final Fantasy XI? Nope. I played... Of Final Fantasy games, I played Final Fantasy VII on the PS1 when I hardly understood English in the first place. Played it with my brother. And then I played a version of Final Fantasy 1. I don't believe it was the real one, because it was just a random PlayStation 1 game that claimed to be Final Fantasy 1, but based on what I know Final Fantasy 1 actually is, it doesn't look correct. Yes, I played the English version of Final Fantasy 7 on PS1. Now, the reason why I played the English version and not a version that I could actually understand is because there is no Danish Final Fantasy games. Not a single one. Unfortunately, there are no Danish Final Fantasy games. And mind you, I was like 6, maybe 7. I played that Final Fantasy 7, and then I played a Final Fantasy game that purported to be Final Fantasy 1, but I don't think it was. And then I think the next one was I saw my brother play Final Fantasy X-2. And then I played Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, which I loved to death. I just didn't really like the lore system in the game, so I have since completed it with cheats to remove the lore system and some other stuff. Ralo says, how... first, Marcus says, it has a pretty bad translation, Final Fantasy VII. The fact you didn't know too much English and had to play it is funny. Ralo says, how do you say Dark Knight in Danish? Mørk Ridder. I believe the German version of Final Fantasy XIV is really close to that. Let's see, what do they call it there? Dunkelritter. Yeah, that's pretty much the same. Mørkridder. Is German and Danish similar? Yes. It's surprisingly similar. I have a German friend, and we discovered that that we can actually sort of understand each other if we talk German and Danish to each other and just sprinkle in English for the words that are completely different. It's very similar. You can also say Danish is similar to English. There's just some, like a lot of words that are slightly different. Yeah, I believe my brother and I got very close to completing Final Fantasy VII, but those Tonberries got hands. We basically gave up. We didn't know how to beat the Tonberries. The random encounter Tonberries in the very last bit of the game. So we never beat it. But after Final Fantasy XIV, I have since played I have played Final Fantasy VII-R. I haven't completed it, but I played it. And then I've played Stranger of Paradise, which I have completed. I haven't completed the DLCs, but I completed the original game. And I got really far in a separate save where I played on the hardest difficulty with no companions, which is really hard. So I've played that game a lot. Can't remember how many hours, and it's not that easy to check because I don't normally have the Epic launcher open on my computer. Marcus says, speaking of remakes, did you see the Silent Hill 2 and RE4 remakes? I heard briefly of it because some people in my free company are excited for it, but I'm not really into scary games at all. Like, not at all. And it just has to be slightly scary, just remotely scary, then I'm out. Don't want to play. But my friend Aria loves scary games. So she's probably going to be very excited for those. Ronald says, you played Xenogears? Nope. Not at all. I think most of my gaming for many years was like just World of Warcraft. And then a few other MMOs. And then one day Final Fantasy just came into the mix and eventually became the game. I have a handful of games that I've played, like indie titles. Because there's a lot of creativity in those. Just gonna say again, I mentioned it earlier in this stream as well. Crystal Project. If you like Final Fantasy 1, like turn-based combat, but you feel like there's some things that it's lacking, like if you like Final Fantasy's classic job system, you are going to love Crystal Project. And it is on Steam, and this is not sponsored. Crystal Project is such a good game. And it's made by like one person. And then there's a lot of music. And probably artists, I'm sure, but most of the game is attributed to one single person. Rala says, you should play Call of Duty. No. I don't like shooters either. So you might probably not be surprised that my interest in games is very limited. Like specific, very specific games. Pokeshak says there is a class called Evoker that is a summoner that only uses light or dark element invocations. In Final Fantasy? I'm sure you're not as bad as you make it sound, Makoto. I think the important thing is having fun with it. You don't have to be the best to have fun with it. My best advice is, if you want to get better at games, is to make sure, and I'm sure you're already doing that, don't use cheats. Don't try to exploit too hard. Like, let the game fight you so that you match its skill requirement. Then you become better at the game. I like playing on the hardest difficulty in games and then having to figure out how to beat it. But I'm not beneath reducing the difficulty if it's too hard for me, but there's a higher chance I'll just give up rather than reduce the difficulty. But yeah, the most important thing is having fun. There's a little bit of a difference in MMOs, like with Final Fantasy. One thing is having fun, another is, if you're really, really bad, you might impact the enjoyment of the other players in the content you're doing. So, you know, try a bit, but it's very easy. You're here watching my stream, which means that you likely watch my guides, and if you watch my guides, there's a very good chance that you're pretty good at Final Fantasy XIV. Or at least not bad. And that's my opinion anyway. And you can like a lot of games. Now, I believe that we've gotten like beyond overtime. So if there's something like a burning question right here at the end, then we can take that. Beyond that, I think it's a really good time to like round off the stream now. It's a very interesting conversation, and I wish that I could continue all night. But I also need to get up in the morning. At some point, at least. I wonder how long the delay is on my stream. Appears to be like 10 seconds. Marcus says, thanks for the stream. Sorry I couldn't watch it all. Don't worry about it. I would, if you watch the VODs, Marcus, I would love to see comments from you if there's something you enjoyed in particular, something you found funny. I don't know how much people enjoy the VODs because no one comments on them ever. So I don't know if people like them. So thank you so much. And don't be sorry that you missed some of it. I know that your schedule just doesn't align much. No, Pokeshack. The VODs. So when a stream ends, it turns into what is commonly called a VOD. I can't remember what it stands for. See here. Video on demand. So basically, yeah, the videos that appear that are basically the streams after the show, after the stream has ended, those are videos that you can watch back as you please. It's extremely rare, if ever, that someone writes a comment on them, so I don't know if people like them or people enjoy them. Sometimes I see that someone has watched like 5 hours of a 6-hour stream. I don't know if they liked it. But if you see something really funny, you're welcome to like write a comment on it or something. Like, I respond to comments on all of my videos, including those. So that's a way you can still participate in the stream, even if you miss the actual stream. But thank you for tuning in anyway, Makoto. Even though you know that it's likely at the tail end of the stream. I appreciate it. And good night. And thank you, Pokeshack, and Rallo, and Lowell, and Raziel, and everyone else who tuned in at some point in the stream. It's always really nice. Pokeshack says he sees them in stream and don't go to see them again. That's fair. Now, good night. Or, depending on where you are in the world, good morning or afternoon. And I'll see you very, very soon. Probably on Saturday. Good night. See you.